Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 16th, 2023. We welcome you all, agents of peace, universal citizens, independent souls. Again, we're all part of this process, and there's probably more here or more paying attention than we can realize. We always want to look and see how many participants are there, but there may be a huge number greater than what we see in the matter state. So we welcome you all, and we'll again go through the 494th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, a clip here and a clip there. Again, the teaching, Mr. Keshe, is moving quite rapidly, not at the speed of the universe, thank goodness, or I don't think we'd be able to keep up, but he is making the teachings shorter and more intensive. Apparently, he's mentioned the space cities, and maybe these are the wellness centers. We're so glad to hear that he's giving us a Christmas gift this year, and I think the wellness centers in Arizona, Uruguay, Germany will be hopefully fully functioning by Christmas. I don't know exactly how it's going to roll out, but again, you don't even have to go to these centers. It seems like you can just tap into them the same way they'll be setting up service centers, I think, across the universe, and we need to tap into them for whatever needs we possibly have. I always thought it was going to go to the app technology, which it is. Apparently, there may be a short period with applications, but Mr. Keshe said, do we want to go with what works, or do we want to go with the latest developments? And apparently the latest development is being able to actually connect with the soul of humanity. That's why he wanted so many people to come into the system and the soul of the planet. So as he said, and we'll hear this, I think, whether you're in the desert or whatever, you've run out of power, you don't have to die. You actually can tap in directly through the soul. So I think this is another further progression. Maybe we'll spend some time with apps, but not much. It seems like the targeting of the soul of humanity, this is the reason all these people went through the system and they're still collecting the data. This is going to be a big possibility in the very, very short time. Again, it's not so much of a blood flow, but that is part of it. He's talking about an emotion flow, which we have to understand, and there's many, many things to do the transmutation, I think, that we're going to have to understand, but slowly, slowly, each and every one of us, one by one, he said, will be doing it, depending on your choice, again. But this is, again, you can walk on the ground, you can ride on the donkey, you can take a bus, you can take an airplane, which is a little bit above that. You've got the rockets, the space station, and then you have the position of transmutation, where you move at the speed of magnetic fields, which is more or less instantaneous. So it's all up to you on which way you want to move. And as he said in this last workshop, if we understood book number 1, which related to the physicality, and book number 2, which related to the soul of the man, a few chapters here and there, and book 3, or book 2 was the soul of physicality, and book 3 was the soul of the man, we should have understood this by now, how to do the transmutation, but apparently we haven't fully understood. And I know the books are not easy to read. We're actually looking to see if we can share or work with the first edition of book 1 at least. I know Mr. Keshe said that was written in a way that you can get more out of it very simply, and there's a deeper understanding, and it wasn't sort of translated or transcribed into the second edition, which he said there was parts are not left out, but just the emotion of it apparently is not there. So we're working on that, and hopefully we'll have permission to share it and so on. But the wellness centers and the opening up of the technology in the very near, I think these are the space cities, because again, you'll be able to tap into them remotely. So we're going to cover some of these things today. Anyone have any thoughts or something that stood out in this last workshop? It wasn't so long, but again, it was quite intense. And this idea of getting things right in the transmutation is what we're moving into, I think. And of course, the foundation is now linked with one of the most powerful nations on the planet, and they're incorporating in a way together. So some of these things may get speeded up just naturally. Even talking about negotiations for feeding nations just for a mere fraction of their gross domestic product, let's say, and this will all be put back into the foundation. So again, he can't share too much. Things have to be controlled releases, so to speak. But apparently the world leaders have seen some sort of technology, again, that's beyond the imagination of the knowledge seekers, beyond the writings in the science fiction movies. So it must be something quite amazing, as all of the technology is. As Mr. Keshe says, I don't do magic. He said, my knowledge is my magic. And if you understand it, you become magician too. But again, not to lord it over anyone, but to protect it and to be humble and to use it only when it's necessary to use. And again, there's so much more to learn. Normally, we start by reading the peace treaty, and that is our first order of business, because the main idea, at least to get off the planet or to bring this planet, is that we need to find peace within ourselves, peace in the existence with all the other creatures, entities, souls on this planet, and then, of course, peace with the universal community. And it doesn't operate in the universal community the way it operates here. That's why we have limited visitations. I'm sure many would like to come and participate freely, but they're a little bit insecure because they know the condition of mankind at this point. So some of them will make excursions to the planet and so on, but it's going to open up in a much bigger way and in a very short time. And I think as we teach the citizens of the universe that ride in UFOs the transmutation process, apparently there'll be an exchange and other technologies of building a UFO and other technologies that we couldn't even imagine as they teach us some of these things in the matter state, perhaps. But again, I can't imagine exactly how it's going to go, but this has all been planned out for centuries. So I think we should just enjoy it, go along for the ride, participate in where we can participate. And again, it's how much you'd like to pick up a corner of this carpet or an edge of this carpet and be part of the totality of bringing the change to an entire planet or structure. And I'm sure we'll use this knowledge to replicate this work in the future, as the whole creation apparently is going through a remodeling process. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty or World Peace Treaty? I didn't see a "the" there. But this is, again, a very simple document. It appears simple, but it's quite deep. It's between you and your soul. The foundation is not looking to collect them per se. But again, it's signing it with a physical pen or signing it with the pen of your soul. I think more and more people are getting fed up with the condition that we see the planet moving into more and more. And so we want to move into this peaceful condition. And this will bring the change and allow us to move and interact, I think, more with the universal community. But certain people will learn on their own. Some will do it a little quicker than the others, and no problem, whatever way you want to approach this. It's all between you and your soul. And only you have the key to open it up, discover it, unravel it, and work with it. And this is what Mr. Keshe is teaching us. And again, we'll probably have systems to assist us and aid us in a way with training wheels, so to speak, until we get to that point. But this is the point we're going to get to where we can do some of these things that we could only imagine could be done. And more or less, it was a fairy tale or a story of some mystics, and we didn't know if it's true or not. But each and every soul has the capability to move, expand, travel, interact, and remanifest themselves. And this is the aspect of, I think, eternal life. If you can master this, and we know there's no heaven, I think this is what the heaven becomes. That now you can exist almost indefinitely, depending on what you'd like to do and the souls and other commitments that probably haven't been totally revealed. So this is the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and again, you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, and your soul. Simply put your name, signature, date, position held, very simply here. On behalf of, again, is it on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or an individual? Have it witnessed. And after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And this, in a way, can be considered, in a way, on display as a peace reactor, because it will give someone else the inspiration that they can participate in the peace process as well, simply by signing it, even though we didn't understand it all. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create this position of change. So we can all participate in it. And again, it's up to you. It's between you and your soul. So in a way, it's a sort of a personal thing, but yet it's a collective as well, understanding. Any thoughts or comments? Simply go to the Keshe Foundation site and you can download this, print it out, hand it out. But we're moving rapidly, I think, in this direction as the nations are moving away from war. And apparently the technology that they're going to see demonstrated will help in this process greatly. That they'll have a sort of a new toy, an unlimited toy to play with, rather than killing and destroying each other. And then we can move into the real work of the universe. And feel free to comment at any time. Everyone has a mic, and no problem if you want to stay on the silent line of communication. This is probably what's coming up more and more. I know Mr. Keshe talked about even doing a knowledge seekers workshop without any sound, actually, just teaching on the soul level or through the soul. And again, the citizens on the moon or Mars or other places around the universe, I don't know if they can physically hear the broadcast, but if they connect with the soul of Mr. Keshe, they can definitely understand more and more about this knowledge. And this is why I think he says I teach through the soul, not so much on telegrams and blackboards and the rest of it. Okay, very important sessions coming up. There's still, I think, 3 left, the 21st, the 28th, and the 30th, for connecting with the soul of the Creator, creating wellness through the work of the soul. And these sessions are quite special, but let's hear Mr. Keshe describe them a little bit in the workshop. We'll spend about 12 minutes there, and then we'll look at a couple other things. But it's very important for all of us to participate. This is a mass teaching to try and reach everyone simultaneously. So I know he's talking about bringing in certain conditions, whatever conditions, it's limitless, but it's really leading to the work that in the future they'll be able to reach everyone simultaneously. And this is the process of these sessions in a way. You might get something out of it. We'll have to see. And again, that something may not come in the first session or the second session. It may come in the third session. It may come in months from now, all depending. But at least you're starting this work and you're giving to as a volunteer, which I think we're going to close with that video, Alex, about keeping the foundation free, the one you sort of voiced over, I think the Brazilian team made. And very beautiful, just to encourage everybody to experience and participate in this process. But let's hear Mr. Keshe describe it in a little better detail.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Yes, no problem. Good morning, good day to you as usual. Whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers from Keshe Foundation Space Institute. We welcome you back as usual, and as usual, we try to share knowledge, to understand more, and try to break through new grounds of knowledge in space and other matters. As usual, we have a couple of small announcements to make. And one is about the 4 sessions which starts tomorrow in respect to the what we call 3-hour sessions. These sessions are set up directly for what we call new grounds of understanding and new what we call technologies which are developed, that we can see how much in what numbers and how in different applications we can expand the knowledge of the technology. For example, in tomorrow's session, we start at 12 o'clock, and you need minimum 2 headphones. This is a different way that we've done before. You can have 3 headphones, or maybe you can have access to one mobile phone with 5 entries. We leave everything to you. You write down what's the reason you took part and what your expectation. And we set up in the background to establish our way, our work in the 4 sessions which come up. One is 14th, 21st, 28th, and the 30th. Then on the 30th, at the end of the session, we ask you what you achieved, what you wanted. And maybe in one session you wanted to do something with your emotion, in one session you want to do something with your knee, in one session you wanted to do something with your lung or whatever. We leave all that to you. We are not here to what we call interfere or anything. We want to see the process of the expansion of the soul in dimension of satisfaction of the emotion and physicality. So usually our medical people on the health side, on wellness side, over decades have tried everything. Now what we want to establish is that we want to create a condition as the citizens of one country, as a citizen of one city. This is a pretest for upcoming space cities, which is going to be structured with Keshe Foundation cooperation, which means you can come in one session and see how you feel, what you want to change. And the test we monitor in the background continuously, as you saw us last week. We didn't even take any testimonial or any what we call ballots to see what happened, how you felt, because we could see the operation on our system. So in next 4 weeks, you come in and tell us, and we expect an email from all of you who participate after each session, a connection that you come into the session. On that,
Did he specify the email address to use? Does anyone have it? Maybe they can put it in the chat. Is there a specific email, or can you send it to customer service? Can you send it to doctors? Can you send it to info? Or does it matter? Anyone? Okay, we'll look for that. Let's continue.
email return back to us an information at the end of each session, which means you tell us what you came in for and what you felt after the session, and then you monitor yourself in the next 4 sessions. If you achieved more happiness, more God knows whatever, we don't know. We don't want to interfere. This was your expectation, this is what you came in, and then let's see after 4 sessions, what did you achieve? And then a month later, you send us an email that in progress, what has changed over the month. This is part of the larger scale, what we call operation of the Keshe Foundation. There are a lot of things happening in the background of the Keshe Foundation that we cannot disclose, or we don't want to open till we reach final. A lot of things were supposed to be done, as you know, with the help with what we call the damage we received financially, and some of you helped us with it, and we tried to structure a new, but now we've gone a different way to achieve the same through a much bigger structure. The whole idea is to build a space city. In that space city, no one should get sick. No one should go ill. No one should go hungry. No one should feel cold. And this is part of that structure. This is part of that understanding of what we call total process of the next step in reaching everyone at the same time. We have those of you who will join us in the sessions, you've always seen a number of lines open in the background, even when you're silent. We keep monitoring and feeding information or technologies in the background. So during the sessions, we add systems in the background. We test different systems, and maybe we ask you how you felt in this part, how you feel in that part, you feel happier, whatever. We'll come to that as we get into the session. So for the next 4 sessions of the Keshe Foundation, in cooperation with the knowledge seekers in July, we are looking to see what you came in for and what you received, how well you felt, or you came in for chocolate addiction and you see, I eat more chocolate or I eat less chocolate. So we have given you not one particular thing. You can come in all 4 sessions for the same thing, it's not a problem. But you come in one session for this, next session for that, and another session for that. And each session, immediately after the session or the following day, you send us an email. We collect your data. We understand what it is, and we compare some of the things in the background, because during the operation, we change a lot of parameters during the 3 hours. And then we see what parameter goes with what. So it's not excluded to one session, and then you say, I came 1 session, nothing happened. It's a completion of the full 4 sessions. But if you feel good 1 session, 2 sessions, that's your decision. We more or less have a good idea of what will be the results in many cases. But now, in a way, it's a formation of the technology and then understanding more for the next cycle of what we call approach to development. The other point with the Keshe Foundation is that we will make.
Okay, I think he's going to go into the London conference. I'm not sure, but starting that session, the first one, he said this is exactly the way the wellness centers are going to work. Or it sounds like these are called space cities too, because they'll be delivering in a way remotely space technology. You can tap in from any part of the world, but this is the way the wellness is going to work. You just put on these headphones, and then perhaps in the future, they will just, again, link to the soul without any of the other devices that we're normally think of, or we need something in the matter state, or it couldn't be possibly real. And this is, again, almost science fiction. It really is remotely dissolving kidney stones and remotely growing teeth, and so many other things that we're going to be hearing about. So I think the testimonials will also increase. But let's hear a little bit more. I think this is the, let's just go back and bring up the London conference here. And again, this gives us all an opportunity to participate and help develop the structure of the foundation. This technology, I don't think, is going to be sold in public, but you'll have the ability to tap into it, to use it for everyone. Maybe, again, starting with the apps, but later on, just targeting humanity in a way, or be able to reach each and every individual soul as needed. So let's go back and continue this. Feel free to come in anytime.
Announcements in a coming time where we call upon many knowledge seekers to join us in the research, in the deep research in different aspects. And we'll let you know how, what, and it's not just good being a knowledge and making guns. We rely on your expertise outside the Keshe Foundation. That you emerge it, you amalgamate it with the knowledge of Keshe Foundation, and we give it the direction to see what we can develop. This is very important for us as Keshe Foundation is going into a new era of its development. And maybe you are a space specialist, maybe you are electrical engineer specialist, and how you have worked with it in conjunction with what we call Keshe technology. We call upon you, and then we'll organize things with you to come in to start. In respect to the meeting of the 25 knowledge seekers who are coming for the special session, by early August, we make an announcement for the meeting of the first 25, the place where we expect to be, and where we hope to be able to meet the 25 of you during 1 week, Friday, particularly Monday to Friday. The option for us sits on 3 major cities of Manchester, Greater United Kingdom, London, and Beijing. And the 3 sessions will be kept in one of these 3 cities. We have to decide which session we keep where, but the first session of 25 will be kept most probably in the city of Manchester, United Kingdom. And then the session for the 200 would be held in the city of London. The final destination, if we can organize, will be held in Beijing, in China, or we hold it in city of Frankfurt in Germany. We have to preliminary to let you know, with all chances, if everything goes okay, we announce the date, and the first session will be kept for 1 week in the city of Manchester, United Kingdom. for the first 25. And if we can secure everything in many aspects, we'll inform you the place, the time, or we move the first session to London, Frankfurt, possibilities. But on target, we aim to have the first 65 people throughout the session of 1 week in Beijing. But that has to be ratified and it needs a lot of work to be done in what we call November, December. But we'll inform you in early August the exact position of first position, because many of you have to sort out visas, and we recommend you the hotels. We will not release the position of the conference. It will be kept confidential, but it will be in the city of Manchester or London. The other point for us is the progress in the teaching will carry on the same, and we will see how we can bring all the matters to one point. Going back to the teaching.
Okay, so beautiful invitation for everyone to participate in the July sessions, one or more sessions. And now you're up to speed on the bringing in the 25, which are going to teach the 200, which are going to pick 65 out of that. And there's probably many other things. As he said to Azar, he wants to reveal things, but he doesn't want to really reveal everything all at once. So we know the process, and this is the way it's going. We also have in the foundation, which is this ambassadors conference. Again, everyone is invited. It'll be October 28th and 29th, a two-day conference with world ambassadors who will probably be transiting perhaps through London and other places. This is where Mr. Keshe is hoping many of them will come in. I don't know if the foundation itself is going to be doing the invitations, but perhaps other governments in the background will be sharing and sending out invitations along that line. I don't think that's our position at this point to invite ambassadors, but you can attend yourself and be part of this, again, series of ambassador conferences, which has started long ago, but it's continuing. And this is the latest one, and I think there'll be some more probably in the Far East. And maybe the meeting for the 200 also will be in Beijing, he said, but it needs to be cleared. Any thoughts or comments or questions anyone would like to ask that we hope we can answer? If not, we're going to go to the next clip where we continue to try to understand the, let's see here, right about there, I think we'll start here. Try to understand more about this transmutation. Again, this is beyond the imagination of most to even fathom it within their mind that this could be possible, that they're carrying all the tools they need. All they need to do is discover it, tap into it, play with it, unravel it. It takes practice. It's not, again, one session and you're done. I think there'll be a time, there'll be a learning curve, but with the system assist, I think it's going to be sped up. As Mr. Keshe said, we'll expand your soul, but then it's up to you to do the rest, the full transmutation. So there's probably a number of aspects we need to learn about this. As he said, you can get into some precarious positions if you don't know what you're doing. You can become lost. You can manifest yourself as a bird and burn your wing because that environment doesn't have it. You could be a bird and then transmute into something else almost immediately as well. It doesn't sound like you have to go through the entire life cycle of whatever structure you manifested yourself in before you can change to another. And maybe this is what he means, being able to transit between both dimensions as we take the transit back and forth to work. Perhaps, again, the same way where you can transit at your will or at your leisure, depending on what you'd like to do. Footloose and fancy free, as Mr. Keshe likes to say. So let's go and hear a little bit more. Again, we don't fully understand it. If we did, I think we'd hear some reports about people doing these things, and we are practicing trying to open the third eye and so on. And if we understood the teachings in the books, we should have been there by now. And as he said in the 493, I think we heard that in the Brazilian meeting, we haven't understood the work, the sharing, or the interaction of magnets in the matter state. How do you expect to do the transmutation? So there must be some more keys there as well in understanding the work of the fields, the sharing of the fields, the interaction of the fields in the matter state magnets. I think that's in the 493rd. I thought I heard that on Friday as we read through the transcript there. But again, I think humbleness helps you to achieve. And as Mr. Keshe said, the more you understand of this knowledge, the more humble you should become. This is the natural progression of understanding, I think, this knowledge. And again, he's only released a very small percentage of it. And I don't know what percentage of that percentage we've actually understood. But I think the humbleness and willing to absorb more knowledge and learning, not think you've arrived at the position already. Otherwise, you've already failed, I think. So this is part of the enlightenment, which leads to elevation, I think. So let's hear more about this, something we've only read about, heard about, wondering if people could actually do this. We know Christ and the Buddha were the only two that really understood the teachings, Mr. Keshe said, and Buddha only understood it partially. It was difficult for him to teach it. Some other person said, well, Buddha didn't have any people that wanted to learn it, but maybe that's the case too. And Christ, once he did it, he sort of had to stay in a secluded position. Otherwise, they might have come after him again. So let's hear more about this beautiful aspect of gaining immortality. And again, this is just a small snippet of what's coming.
How do we understand the way we need to switch? And how do we make ourselves available for this switch? That we are in full understanding of the process of the life, in what shape and to what point of need we convert, in what shape and point of need we collectively bring changes. We travel as a family, and we want the brother, the sister, the mom, the dad, and the children to be with us. And we want to convert all of us together. In a way, we've done the transmutation from A to B, from physicality of the man to the soul of the man. Now, how do we do as a whole that no one knows we are from another planet? We become part of the society. Even though the family know we are together, we are not the people from what they call origin race. And how do we learn the language or the line of communication? There are no schools, no universities, no foreign school languages. How do you tap into the soul of the knowledge? How do you tap into the soul of the life of the planet? These are the teachings which is coming up. These are the teachings, what again, I go back, the next 4-week sessions will bring us to the point to do. In how, in the coming conferences, we will explain to you how, and you will learn how to do the conversion, how to do the transmutation. how to understand what transmutation means and what effects we will have on life of every individual in this process. It's important for us to understand the totality of the transmutation and the totality of what we call understanding of the work in every aspect of the work. How you switch the soul of the man to become the container of the physicality on this planet. How you travel the span of this universe, and at the point of arrival, you change and you reverse the position where the soul of the physicality and the physicality of the man manifests itself to become the holder of the soul. In a way, put your hand in and pull the skin inside out. But this time what you pull out, what you change, is the soul of strength or the soul of physicality. And then in the interaction of the two gives you the manifestation of physicality in that time, place, and position. But
sounds relatively simple if you understand what you're doing. It's almost seems flawless, but as Mr. Keshe said, to become a master at this takes a long, long time. But perhaps, again, we're speeding things up a little bit, and it will also depend on, I think, part of the governmental cooperation. Although once you do learn the transmutation process, no one can control you, whether you're here on the planet, whether you're on planet Zeus, or whether you're just traveling across the universe. You become a real free bird, as I understand it. And again, my understanding is quite limited. I'm extraordinarily aware of my ignorance on this knowledge. But we're learning more and more, and this is the whole process, and this is a process that's been going on for millions of years. Mr. Keshe has been doing this across the universe, even though that could sound to you to be preposterous, but this is what he said. He's a universal teacher, and this is not the first rodeo, and all this has been planned extensively by the universal community over the number of centuries, as we mentioned, I think, earlier. So let's enjoy what we're doing and experience some beauties and grace of our own creation. And it's all within you. It's not that you have to look outside. I was going to move, we're going to continue this because there is something at 52 minutes. So let's just hear the rest of this. And again, he's trying to explain around 52 minutes how we get you to move at the speed of the universe and to come to that point of manifestation. Again, there's only been a few in the universe that have achieved this, as I understand it. Not only on this planet, but across the universe. And as Mr. Keshe said, if they knew how to transmute in the ones in the UFOs, they wouldn't be in the ships, because they're still moving the physicality with a matter state in a way device. So it's going to be an exchange of knowledge between mankind, humankind, which has been gifted this knowledge first in a way, and they'll be sharing some of their advanced technology. So maybe this is where some of these 20 or 30,000 products are going to appear over the next number of years in the Keshe Foundation store. There'll be many, many devices to help you to start to become more accustomed, I think, to the knowledge and the work of the fields. Let's continue. And again, feel free to stop it if you have a question, want to make a comment, want to take an exception of what's said. There's no problem with that at all.
as you arrived in the dimension of the soul, in the strength of field of the soul, now you convert into the dimension of the fields of the physicality. Then you will see the shape of you. We can replicate these on Earth without the shadow of a doubt. Knowledge seekers in the coming time will make facilities for all these to be able to be done in a matter of seconds. But till then, we have to teach you, you have to understand how you use the emotion of physicality in conjunction with the emotion of the soul of physicality, with the emotion of the soul of the man in the interaction with each other to create the transmutation. In fact, if you understand, the physicality of the man is book 1. The soul of physicality is book 2. And the soul of the man is book 3. If you understood the knowledge given in this 3, you should have already understood the transportation and transmutation. To what extent you can deviate from the line and experience new dimensions. And then to what extent you have understood at the point of arrival as a soul, you interact with the soul of the destination, with the soul of the citizens of the destination, and in that lines of interaction, you create your new physical being, which allows you to work, to live, and to be part of the time, place, and position. How do you switch? In book 1, how you transmute, and how you end up in book 3. And how do you create the motion between 1 and 3? Then you find out transmutation has no time, space, and position, which means that transmutation will bring man to travel in the dimension of will bring in to understand the totality. We have to, we see, and we have to understand the totality of the energy. Energy in the terminology of the Keshe Foundation, not energy in whatever man measures.
And again, I think we're all doing part of the transmutation just when you dream, where the soul can take the soul of physicality in a way with it, or the physicality, and you can experience things in the dream. So that's part of a transmutation, even though we're doing it unconsciously. Sometimes we remember our dreams or partially. But this is the understanding where we're already doing it, half of it at least. And again, maybe you don't want to manifest in a certain position with a physicality. And I think the universal community, the ones in the ships, let's say, they're able to expand their soul and to travel with their soul, but they're not able to do the full transmutation. This is just my understanding, or what I'm thinking about that their ability is. But even after billions of years, they have not gotten back to the mother. They have not gotten back to really work with their own soul. So this is what this interchange will be between the universal community and mankind, sharing of the things that we've learned, and they're going to share what they've learned with us. So this is the beauty about the upcoming period, but we must come to a peaceful condition on this planet for that to start in a way, in a big way, for I think it to start happening. Okay, let's continue a little longer.
In understanding of the field in motion, understanding that each field of strength has different emotion, what we call strength, and each one has different emotion. So your emotion, feel the strength of your emotion, understanding of the motion of the fields, all come together in which line of the universe you will transport yourself. You will transmute yourself. You will come to the point that you can bring the change. So, first of all, in the coming months, in coming weeks, we have to teach you how to go through the conversion from the soul to become the holder of the physicality, and in that condition to become the holder, container, what I call interface with the soul of physicality. Then one of our most important points will be how we get you from Earth to Moon, from Earth to another position in the universe, with the dimension of the speed of the light of the universe. Considering the light of universe to man is dark, but in fact it's not. This is the light of the knowledge, the light of understanding, the what we call enlightenment. And then how to get you to the point, and then manifestation. Then you still have a problem. If you understand the whole process, you live in the soul of this man to meet the mother who died 20 years ago. She has no physicality in the dimension of what you were expecting. She has a new dimension. But the soul, the energy tells you this is the mother. What would you expect to see? What is your understanding of the emotion of the interaction? You see a field, you don't see the mother in physicality the way you knew, but you know this field is a field which is the soul of your mother. You interact with it the way you do exactly in your dreams. Because the dream to you is the reality of the interaction of the souls in the dimension of energy. All these in the next few years will be taught in a very, very detailed. There is no calculation. If you go back into my first teachings, first lectures ever 20 years ago, 15 years ago, I always said, God does not have a scale, a measuring tool that I'll put 50 grams of this and 200 grams of that and 10 liters of this. There is no grams and literage and mileage in the measurement of the creation of the universe by the creator. And now you are the creator. You can't put, oh, I put 20% of my soul and 30% of my physicality and I'm going to end up there. You have.
Okay, so again, we can all go back and review this and understand more, but he said this is going to be taught over the next number of years. But you certainly can practice the part of the transmutation where the expansion, the soul expands, encompassing the physicality, and then go to places. Maybe not physically go to places, but just open up that third eye. And then if you meet the mother and she's in the dimension of the fields, what good would it be for you to manifest in the physicality in front of the mother? The mother's in the dimension of fields. So you may want to stay there and just interact in that position. I don't know. There's a lot over the next number of years that'll be taught and needs to be understood. But also this idea of mixing energies, he said, there's no formulas, there's none of this. You're holding the key to all of it. And it's not mixing the Ganses anymore. I think he was talking, and we're going to go to this clip now. It's mixing of the energies of the physicality, the soul of physicality, in the soul of the man together. And this is the process. You're the magrev, you're the unit, you're the system that can accomplish this. And he's always said, you are the universal unit in so many ways. So let's just move this a little bit further and enjoy this next clip. Okay, move it a little farther. Let's start right here. It's a short one.
As knowledge seekers, you take from these teachings according to your intelligence, according to what you decide to be the reality in life, which becomes your understanding. We go through a break and we come back and try to explain. The teachings are really short, half an hour, 45 minutes nowadays, because it's so intense if you understand it. There's no more mixing things. The only thing you mix is your energy of your soul of physicality, and your physicality, and see what you get and what you experience with a new transmutation. And gradually, as we go through the teachings in the coming months and years, one by one of you start going through the transmutation. You learn it, you understand it. Don't take it just a voice. Understand what the voice means, which is teaching. And just you understand, when I tell you, when we teach for the whole of universe, because the universe taps in the soul of the Creator. We go for a break and we come back. And then
again, he just confirmed to us it's the mixing of the energies of your emotions, probably energies, he calls it, which we know emotions are energy in motion. So we're mixing the emotions of the physicality, the soul of physicality, and the soul of the man. And since we're all unique, there's no formula that anyone can give you to do this. And it'll be taught over the next weeks, months, and years. And one by one, we'll all be able to do the transmutation if you choose to. And hopefully you do choose to. So the universe needs stars in its expansion sort of portfolio. And you're one of those stars, one of those energies that will help expand the universe. Okay, we're going to, any comments or thoughts? Again, I know this does sound in a way that we didn't realize we were going to get to this point so quickly, although there's still much more to go with it, but you can see the progression, and the progression is moving quite rapidly. So we'll go to our next little bit of testimonials. Again, the picture you're seeing on the screen is the knee Gans that Mr. Keshe made. He made it for himself, actually. He rebuilt the kneecap, and he's used this technology when he fell off the horse as well. But they wanted him to have surgery. I guess he had fallen while hiking or some injury and had a lot of trouble. But let's let Mr. Keshe explain. And this is where he thought this product, they wanted to replace the kneecap, and he rebuilt it. And apparently they still have the images and everything. I don't know if he ever went back to the surgeon, or maybe he just forwarded those images and to see that the knee was rebuilt in a way. And so this is for all joints, not on the back, but more of the toes. And again, it's about wellness, creating wellness. And this product is available on the store. But let's go to our next clip here. And this is a little bit about the testimonials. We'll go to right about, okay, we'll start it there. I wanted to start there. Yeah.
themselves or hurt themselves or be in a position where, you know, they're in discomfort, then this opens up a huge
and this is Dean, who's actually been using this product. He gave a beautiful testimonial in the 80th testimonials meeting. He shared more in the reactor group. He shared in the Knowledge Seekers workshop as well. So again, anyone, and you do have many joints on your body, from all the ones on your hands to your toes, to your knees, ankles, elbows, shoulders, and the rest of it. Apparently, through the working of the fields, things can be rebuilt. And I thought Mr. Keshe said that these areas don't necessarily get rebuilt during our lifetime. I wasn't aware of that. But with this product, they seem to wear down, but not sort of restructure themselves. And this does allow for that to happen. And I think it'll be put into an application, or it'll be put into the direct communication if you want balance for the joints or wellness for your these positions. Then you can just probably somehow tap in through a headphone or in an app. I think you'll be able to order or go to channel 99, and that's for this sort of condition. But we'll have to wait and see. But as he said, with the advancement of the technology, it looks like they're just going on a direct soul communication or energy, because now they have sort of know the GPS of your soul or humanity in a way. I don't know how they connect it to a Zoom number, but will that continue once they've had the idea of the soul, or can you just reach directly? And maybe that's the process of the satellite souls as well. So let's hear a little bit more, a bit about a testimonial, I think, from Dean, and then Mr. Keshe comes in and explains what he did for himself or why he created this product. I think it's at this point.
You know, this one product opens up a huge structure within the totality of, you know, positions on planet Earth with our physical bodies. And so for me, it's a very, very important product that I know many people from the sports arenas, from lots of different positions. I mean, not just sports, I mean, just everyday physical life. For many people that work very hard, they have a repetitive problem or something they might do, then this I would suggest would be a wonderful way of redressing and bringing yourself back to balance. And it is a beautiful gift, a beautiful gift from Mr. Keshe to humanity. And as I said, this is just one, and it touches the full structure of humanity and all the creatures. As I said, there's one product. Can you then, when we start looking into, as Mr. Keshe said, 20 or 30,000 products, can you imagine the full spectrum of energies we're going to receive to bring back the balance of the physicality and emotional state that we all experience as souls present on planet Earth and elsewhere? Is that good?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dean. That was more than enough, probably. But it gave a break for Mr. Keshe to do his thing there too. So thank you.
Yes, very busy in the background with the laws and sorting a lot of things out. These kind of things which we put out, Dean speaks about, this is a wellness. We are not in a health business. This is what brings comfort. And don't forget, these materials all been, the gases have been received as certification when we produce them, test them in China, and it has a health certification for it. It's a normal gas of materials, but in a specific way which we have developed for these things. And we are not in a health business. We are in a wellness, in feeling better. And as Dean said, he feels the emotion in his body before reaching the physical condition. There are a lot of people using in different ways. As I said, Keshe Foundation is entering a new, totally new environment of work. And in the recent past, we have tested a new dimension in process of converting fields into energies, into matters, and conversion of the matters in the new dimension work into the structure of the body of man. We had the pleasure in the past few days, as part of the same process, to see physically what we call the helix structure of the amino acid in a very, very specific way. I set it up to see it, and when it was there, it was amazing. Where you see it in a matter of what we call visual structure. And we'll bring in new dimensions, new materials and products in the coming months and 2 or 3 years. Yeah, we have merged the Keshe Foundation, one of the strongest nations on this planet, as a collaboration with a nation. And we are set on course to bring huge changes. As one said very recently, the giants of power and science have finally met. And that'll bring the change. The trap we were set up by Europeans to keep the Keshe Foundation silent has failed drastically. And one of the most powerful nations on this planet has joined force with the Keshe Foundation to bring the technology as its utmost to serve humanity. Knowledge in exchange for peace has taken shape. And this bottle is a small bottle compared to what is to come, and deeply involved. And we have left it to the governments to announce the collaboration and extent of the collaboration between the two organizations. It will be fundamental that technologies like this, so simple, can change people's life. That being said, you cannot go up the stairs. And then you find out life has changed. The reason I released this wellness product was I got injured badly last year in a hiking accident or work. And the doctors told me I need to replace my kneecap. The cartilage has totally gone. And about I showed both legs were kneecaps, cartilages, and part of the knee itself through this accident has been damaged beyond and needs operation. I said to the doctors, I don't need it. I know how to repair. And he said, when you've done it, come back. I couldn't go upstairs to the surgery to take pictures. I had to take rest. Very painful. And strange enough, on Sunday, I was at the location and I was told that the electricity will be cut at 12 o'clock. And I was on the 8th floor. And I had to be outside. And I climbed the whole staircase, the whole 8th floor, around about 15 steps on each floor in one go, without any pain, without any actually thinking about it. And you see the change. For me, walking 100 meters was impossibilities for some time. And one of the knowledge, because I said that when one of the teachings said, I felt you have a pain. There was a pain, and I said, yeah, there was. My cartilage doesn't need to be replaced. It's fully restored. And what you see in the bottle is what I used. And I thought the knowledge has to be shared. It's a kneecap operation, joint operation on the knee, because the MRI, we still have the MRI, we kept it for reference, shows totally there is no cartilage. And you cannot go up the stairs, 8th floor, at my age in less than a minute or two if you do not, and if you're not fit. And this is how the knowledge is. I shared my technology with all of you, like everything else. And this is what it is. Many of you have tested it. There are different ways of testing this, adding it. It's a wellness product. And this is exactly how it should be. Knowledge at the reach of man, at the point of demand. And I many times thought I'll go back to the surgery in Vienna and tell the guy, how many people would you like me to help? It's not a medicine. It conditions the environment in a class of the field. And I've seen the results. Don't forget, I originally used this in June of 2010 or 2011 when I fell off a horse. I rebuilt the whole structure of broken bones within 7 days. There is a lot of knowledges which is to be shared, to be understood, to be in a way applied. This technology creates condition. It's not healing, it's not medicine. And we've seen many people have used different type of structures for this purpose. We have reached in the level of technology. We have come to the point that today's very emergency things happening. Just please one second.
I think he comes back quite quickly here. So we'll just let him finish his testimonial, what he'd like to say.
Okay, bear with us a minute or two while Mr. Keshe does this thing and reconnects in a minute.
I said that already, Rick. Thanks.
Rick, one thing I forgot to mention, is Dean here again, is what's beautiful about these products, about the, and we're not trying to sell products. It's not about this. It's about the gift of creating fields, plasmatic fields that bring, as Mr. Keshe said, wellness back to people. So you have here something that I know in the matter state condition of this this containment of this jar, this plastic container. A liquid plasma, and gas in a nanosolid state. And you have the capability, and what is the beauty, the real beauty of the knowledge, is that you can share it. So physically, you can split this up and you can give it to other people, other creatures created, to bring, their structures and their emotions into balance. And for me, that is the real the beauty of this knowledge, is the fact that it can be shared. It's, you know, it's given, and it's in the sheer power of this technology is in the fact that in that very small little bottle is a technology that is beyond what we've experienced before, and can bring, you know, as I said, a balance back to all sorts of conditions that we have. And the fact that we can share it with our, you know, with our loved ones, our friends and family, communities, nations, is the beauty of this technology. And that is, for me, that is the most incredible thing.
Thank you very much. And sorry, I'm back again. In the recent past days, we have tested in a specific way fields interaction as part of a very larger scale test. And again, this will come into flourishing in the next few months. You will see it. Where we release another range of technological, scientific materials which can help with daily life. Restoration of the energies in the body in a very, very specific way that will change a lot of things for many of us. What we foresee in the next maybe 12 months, maybe 2 years, in collaboration with our new partners, where we enter feeding nations, where we enter a cycle of wellness care for nations. For example, today, you send food packages to disaster areas or for famine areas. I foresee next 5 years, our partners will market feeding a whole nation with the new technologies, emerging technologies, where we become responsible for feeding a nation. Technology has been tested, technology is available, but in that way, we don't need to farm. In Africa, in third world nations, where food is one of the biggest problems for governments, will be resolved. Where, through very much like what you see, we'll put that into reality of the delivering of the food through plasmatic conditions. New plasma, a new definition in the world of plasma. It's a matter of how we come to an agreement, and in a way, it's not something new. You, as knowledge seekers, we promoted a few months ago, and it's still on the Keshe Foundation website, that you can join in a food contract where we feed you through the Keshe Foundation apps for so much per family. Now, this, or your wellness covered by this. Now this, with the new structure which is coming, the Keshe Foundation, makes us possible in collaboration with the governments we work with to become nationwide, which means, for example, let's say the nation of France accepts to feed citizens of, let's say, Algeria, for 2,000 per head for a whole year, irrespective of position in Algeria. This technology now is available. There is a reason we push this forward. And the reason for that is very simple. Technology is jumping in a very, very rapid way. The development of the Keshe Foundation technology is growing so rapid that now it's possible, accepting in the next 5 years, for example, to feed a nation. You don't need to export rice and grain and control the policy. You come to an agreement on a percentage of GDP to do this, which means we take 2%, 3% of the GDP, whatever it is, whatever nation you are, and that becomes a payment for feeding the whole nation. And this ties up with the nation we have joined into work that we can do this. This gives us a spare structure to learn more.
So just amazing what's come out of that little bottle in a way, up to feeding nations. Again, Mr. Keshe said that he would feed the 1.5 billion people in China without any food on the plate. I think they're testing it in one city now, and also to eliminate crime. So you'll have a peaceful, well-fed city. And this will extend to entire nations, I think, through the BRICS development. And this is the future. And there's, as they say in one of those ads they run, and we're not done yet. There's more. So this is what's happening. But it's being introduced gradually, slowly, letting systems adjust and so on. My next clip was at 53:05, but let's just play it through. And that was his announcement of the wellness centers. And again, there's a number of good questions and answers. One of them was the biggest gift to the oil companies, which is the electric car, even though it sounds counterintuitive. But if you listen to Mr. Keshe's explanation, it makes quite a big gift to the oil companies in collaboration with the governments as well. But the elimination of the cracking of the oil, and just basically, as we said earlier, normally you would get the cotton in and then you'd have to make it into clothes or something else. Well, you get the oil in and then you have to crack it. You have to go through a refining process. You have to deliver it and all the other conditions. Now they're just going to take the oil in and provide it directly to the power plants. And Mr. Keshe said this is 100 times more polluting than driving the cars. So again, we've sort of been misled in the understanding of electric cars and who benefits how. But I think Mr. Keshe opened a page or two of that book with what he told Azar in the Q&A. We can play that, but we titled it The Biggest Gift to Big Oil, Electric Cars. And I did ask a 30-year mechanic that question yesterday, and he couldn't figure out why. And I asked another who I thought was a very smart person, and he had no idea how an electric car could be a gift to an oil company. But now we understand more. So let's let this play through, and then we'll continue into the wellness center. It looks like the opening of Uruguay, Arizona, Germany, I guess to the public, I would assume. And again, there may be no equipment in there. As Mr. Keshe said, we only need one machine to feed the whole planet or to elevate all the souls on this planet, but that'll be probably distributed wirelessly through the wellness centers. And maybe these are the space cities. I know Mr. Keshe said we want to demonstrate this in space and feeding the astronauts as well. And then we can just turn the satellite and focus it back on the planet and accomplish the same process. So again, beyond the understanding and imagination of all of us in a way. But we knew it was coming. He's prepped this for quite a long time. So if you can review the workshop, it's only maybe 45 minutes or whatever it is. It's a pretty short one, but as he said, quite intense. So let's just let this play through. and about wellness centers, because this is what we'd like to see, and this is what is being delivered.
Where a lot of problems with poverty brings a lot of diseases, malnourishment of children, now we can cover. And there's a lot of new breakthrough knowledges and technologies which we have started releasing. And we will carry on releasing this in the coming months and years with our new collaborators. We have signed agreements with the nation. The Keshe Foundation has entered into full collaboration with one of the most powerful nations in writing, not in talk. And we are in that process to allow many positions to be cleared. The wellness center of the Keshe Foundation will be spread across this planet in a very specific way. We have allocated the first wellness center to work with doctors, but has no operation within the Keshe Foundation. In the next couple of weeks, we'll announce the first Keshe Foundation Wellness Center set up and up running. But you don't need to go to the wellness center. It can be anywhere around the world. We see the operation, the opening of the second wellness center in Arizona and Uruguay. Most probably in a very systematic way, we, in collaboration with our partners, will start the service centers like this. But Germany, Arizona, and Uruguay will become part of our structure of the work by Christmas, where through Uruguay we serve the southern hemisphere of the American continent. We need to understand the separation will come in a very big way. We do not sell our systems, but we install with the doctors to operate for a nation, for a place. We lost a lot of money, and that brought us to understand and open new collaborations. And those of you who invested with us, some of you have received some of your money back already, and some will receive it back in the coming due course in the next few months. And but it brought us what we wanted to do as a foundation individually in collaboration with the government, which I always say, thanks God we lost the funds, because then we had to go through the whole process. Now we are not involved in that process because we are just research developers. And the nation will do the rest. And the nation, we have signed an agreement and entered into work, is one of the most powerful nations and the richest nations on this planet.
Okay, so in a way, we have the technology, but they have and I think he's referring to China, as we all know, but they have sort of the distribution network. As Mr. Keshe said, we're not going to make butterflies. We're not really in the manufacturing business, but we're going to contract and have agreements with companies that can make them. And the same with the GANs. I don't think we'll be taught how to make that specific GANs. Mr. Keshe said it's made in a specific way, and he's used this technology from 2011 to rebuild himself. Because of the abuse, we're probably not ready, because some people will take it and try to market it on their own. But Mr. Keshe said that every product that's coming out from now on, and with the collaboration of the governments, the Keshe name is going to be front and center. It's not going to be hidden in the background like Philips came up with this, and it's going to be Keshe technology. And that is going, the symbol, I believe, will be there. And technology perhaps provided by the Keshe Foundation, or shared, let's say, by the Keshe Foundation. So all these things, even though the knee GANs is sort of cost prohibitive for many, I think as they move into the apps or the communication with the soul, it'll become quite inexpensive, I think, for all of us. And maybe the governments will start to contract, rather than reaching one or two of us for a wellness program, the governments may contract for feeding, for wellness and the rest. And that's one of the biggest problems the government has, is to pay these huge medical bills. We know that the cost of medicine and care can be hundreds of thousands of dollars in just a week for some simple procedures as a way. So this will eliminate that pressure. It'll eliminate the feeding pressure, especially in areas that don't have the food and so on, or the farming capabilities, the technology to move water and the other equipment that you would need to make things quite productive. But we did see some beautiful work from Gianni, and we're cutting that video in a way now to share with everyone. I think it was maybe about 90 minutes or more, and just had some trouble with it earlier uploading it, but we'll test it again. So this is the beautiful developments of the Keshe Foundation, but I think the more peaceful we become, the quicker the technology will be instituted on this planet. And apparently the most powerful government is involved, or one of the most powerful, richest governments on this planet has put the foundation into their 5-year economic plan. And this should extend to all the other nations, let's say, in their group. And hopefully the other ones will see the, in a way, error of their ways and come on board, because it's not only for here. China will be going and having a colony very shortly, and we need the collaboration of the other space agencies. And as Mr. Keshe said, NASA isn't really the leader in a way anymore, but they can be part of the whole process. So again, there's an open invitation, I'm sure, to every space agencies to start the collaboration of moving man from this planet across the solar system and then across the galaxy. And then, of course, down the road, even jumping universes. So this is the beauty of the technology, and we're all part, in a way, a small part, in helping to deliver it in whatever way you can, or whatever function you'd like to take up. I know many people, he said, will be chosen depending on their specialties and so on, to work in a way with the Keshe Foundation, or perhaps with government scientists and so on. So it's a beautiful plan. And we need to create the peace dome. So why don't we do that and continue to do that? As Mr. Keshe said, this is not just once a week or once a day or just on Sundays. It's all the time, if you can. And maybe the soul, as he says, the soul isn't a multitasker, it's an always tasker. So if you ask your soul to help in this process, I'm sure it's willing to give more and more, because the soul is peaceful and is a gentleman. Of course, everyone can independently join with the Universal Council, which happens right about now, every day, 7 days a week. You can join again at about this time, 21 p.m. CET time, or CEST. So the invitation is: the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 21 p.m. CET. For the elevation of all souls and the protection of the physicality in the universe. So this is something we all can do. It doesn't cost anything. You're practicing, you're giving, and this is what it's all about: giving pure souls from your soul, where nothing has been taken from any other entity. You're creating this, you're giving it, and we all have unique energies, and you're all invited to participate, and we need to reach a collective level that this will be put through. As we know, we're much stronger together. So let's go to the Dome of Peace. Step 1. And this is actually releasing the Gans water, and this is done every Sunday. And it's basically up to you to do it. And again, it doesn't have to be on Sunday. It can be anytime you'd like to release the GANS water to create and elevate the soul of this planet, create balance. The GANS is designed to, and it knows where to go and what to do when it arrives. Almost like us in a way in the transmutation, but we need to learn quite a bit more about that process. And this is all on the card for each and every one of us. So let's hear the first step of the Dome of Peace. Thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, and now we're going to go to the second part. So if you're not sure about GANSs and how to make them, and you can go to the Keshe Foundation wiki and look at, I think Mr. Keshe recommended, not that you have to use it, but I think he said about a 50-50 solution of CO2 and ZNO, zinc oxide, and the carbon. So this is gravitated by yourself in certain reactors, very easy to make, and it'll show you this process. This is a process of transmutation or gravitating fields into something that appears as a solid in the matter state, but it's really, I think the carbon dioxide makes a nano of itself and then appears as a solid. But you can practice this little transmutation. This is really our life in a way, from fields to matter state to back to fields again. And we continue this process indefinitely. So let's go to our second step here, which is the, oops, that somebody's there. Okay. Which is again where we use our own reactors, your own magrevs, your interaction of your fields in a way, giving from your soul. This is what we're learning to give. That's why he says when you make a magrev in the matter state, your first one you should give away. It helps to teach you this process of giving. And that might not be that easy because it does take quite a bit of time and effort to put a magrev together. But that was the instruction on learning to give. So this is the second part of the Dome of Peace. Let's just play this. And we've all heard it a number of times. But again, we continue with some repetition. So it becomes more and more ingrained within us, this understanding. And that's what's happening in some of these systems for transmutation and the rest. These processes become ingrained in the soul. A bigger understanding, apparently, of how it operates. We understand the soul carries the totality, but at the same time, apparently the soul has to be taught how to feed the physicality and a number of other things, maybe to take it with it and so on. So this is the second step of the creation of this peace dome on this planet. And again, the premise is advanced space technology in exchange for peace. So I would imagine the nations who are asking or will be working with the foundation to feed their nations or to provide wellness, one of the prerequisites was that first document which we showed, which is the signing of the World Peace Treaty and pledging their nation to peace. And if China's done it, I think the rest should not have a major problem with it. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anyone? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe. Thank you.
And thank you very much again, Shweta. Let's just move this and let's practice. Again, this is part of the practicing of creation. And originally it started, I know the Brazilians are continuing to do it, the Brazilian language community. You can join them every day at 2 a.m., I believe, on their YouTube channel or the Telegram, or Wednesday at 6 p.m. CET time for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the souls of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So this is right about the time. It's 3 minutes past 9 in Europe. So this is the time every day you can remind your soul. And if you can only take 1 nanosecond, that's fine. Or if you'd like to take 30 seconds or a minute, whatever you'd like to add. And you have the unique fields to bring this about. And collectively, we put those fields together and we bring the change, not by yelling and screaming or stamping our feet or sending letters or videos or other things to people in the matter state. We're working through the souls. And this is the understanding that we're all achieving. Partially at first and then stronger as we move along this process. So let's take 5 minutes if we can. Again, this is a practice session. Mr. Keshe says no one fails. He'll handle the physical aspects of the peace process, and we're to use our souls and to, in a way, provide support energies or fields for this process to manifest itself. So you can all bring the peace, and we never thought we could be part of the peace process in such a way without any of the physicality so-called involved in it. So let's take our 5 minutes now where we just, again, practice expanding and sending souls, fields to souls of the world leaders, religious leaders, and anyone else you'd like to include. As he said, the soul is not a multitasker, it's an always tasker. So I think you can include any one or situation that you like, just like within the sessions in July, you can bring in any sort of condition, whether it's for your dog or your fish in the tank or a long lost relative you haven't heard from, and or even finding love. So we can bring in anything, so you can create these fields and spread them. And you can do it anytime. And he said that. Don't just do it once a week, do it all the time. So thank you again, Shweta. Let's just take 5 minutes of silence here. And we'll start now. And thank you all again for your continued participation. There's no checklist, nobody's monitoring you, but it's up to you. Just remind your soul, and you'll be so surprised that at 2 minutes before 3, or maybe 2 minutes after 3, you look at the clock and all of a sudden the thought comes to you, it's time to unite and to gather together and elevate the planet, the souls, and whoever else you'd like. But again, you don't have to just do it once a day. You can do it all the time. It seems counterintuitive, though, working through the energies, because we're so physical. But as Mr. Keshe said, working in the matter state is hard to bring the change, and it takes a lot of energy. But working in the dimension of the plasma, let's say, the dimension of the soul, is much, much easier. And it doesn't require a lot of energy. So, and your reactor really never goes out of tune. And if it does, it's up to you to sort of tune it up. And the reactor, the MAGRAV, is already set within your brain, as I understand it. So thank you all, and let's continue to bring this process to its fruition. And this is what we all wish. And then we'll probably go and in another part of the universe, the similar situation may exist, and we'll sort of completely understand some of the processes that are need to be implemented to bring the elevation to that situation. And there's probably many of those situations, but it's only a very small percentage of the souls that created the universe, as I understand it, or what Mr. Keshe said about that. It's only a very small percentage that needs some correction. I think it's time for Alex to come in, and let's have some fun and other things. So Alex, we want to welcome you, and I can play the disclaimer and then we'll go right into it, if that's okay. I know you were checking your system settings and installing some new operating or programs, apps, I'm not sure, but are we ready to proceed?
At this point in time, everything has been running perfectly.
Perfect. Let's play our disclaimer, and then Alex can come in and share more extensively. I know we just sort of touched the surface, but Alex goes into quite a bit of detail. But let's play our disclaimer, and then we'll continue. Whoops, let me just bring it. It's a little strong, so we'll just tone it down a bit.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, and without further delay, I think Alex is ready to come in again with more exciting understanding, and just listen with your soul. Sometimes, again, reading the books is not that easy. I remember the first time reading through them, I was just pronouncing the words. I didn't know what many of the terms meant, and I probably still don't have a deep understanding, but Alex is trying to, again, clarify many positions, understandings, and about this knowledge. So we thank you, Alex, again for your continued efforts and inspiring us, elevating us, bringing us to understand more of this technology in a way. So thank you for your dedication and your presence today. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mark, and thank you for bringing us here to this point. As always, we welcome you on this beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. And we often say how strong this meeting is because of the participation of the panelists who are from the various continents around the world. And some of you may think that that's just lip service. It was intended as a compliment. But now what we found, because of the recent events, that this is an integral part of the plasma science. And so we welcome you there, not only as participants, viewers, but also as part of the process, part of the whole process, integral part. So welcome. And as what we're trying to do here, of course, is to try and condense the thousands of hours of teaching of Marantaba Keshe, and we understand that the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for world peace. And there's a reason for that. And it was tried to explain in book number 1, 2, and 3. And as such, we are trying to present so that the new knowledge seekers have an opportunity to fast track and catch up, and the mature knowledge seekers review is always good, and that's what we're going to get onto today. So on that note, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. Today we're going to do the Advanced Plasma Teaching Review. And my name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is July 16th, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We are in the past the first anniversary of the post-June 6, 2022 era, where we can make choices and understand the difference between outer space, inner space, and Earth space, and the point spaces in between. And we can make many, many choices. We are in July here. We are going through the work of the soul, and the key point is the wellness. And we started last Friday. We will carry on the 21st, 28th, and the 30th of July. And I think we are greatly underestimating the importance of these sessions. And for those who have attended, you have all experienced a bonus. And as such, we are trying to bring peace to one nation, one planet, one race. And we've tried this for 282 times to try and have the peacemongers transcending the limitations of the warmongers. And this is what we have to do. And it's up to us. So remember, book number 1 was the universal order of creation of matter. And we see the convergence of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And then in book number 2, how do we get from here to there? So we looked at the structure of light, and we'll see how it connects. And then in book number 3, the origin of the universe. And we get somewhat confused because not only do we have our little tiny perfect universe, but we have a sister universe. And if the origin of the universe is book number 3, how is that possible? Shouldn't that be book number 1? But as we go down the plasma highway, we start to look for our embodiment of our little piece of pie in the sky. And this is a continuation of our search for outer space. And in reality, we've actually already found it. We're already down the road. And so the review has been quite important because maybe And that's a rough estimate. Less than 5% of the population is aware of the plasma science. They've done a really good job of suppressing it and keeping it in the background. And that's okay. But for those of you who have had the sharp interest to learn, we started with basic plasma teaching. And as stated, this was at the strong urging of the Brazilian community led by Rafael and a small army. That doesn't sound right. An army is large, very large army in Brazil. Brought us forward, and we went through basic terminology, and we learned all the things about nanostate, GAN state, principal matter, amino acids, star formations, plasma state, and dynamic plasma states. And then we looked to the future of plasma. And then we went into the intermediate plasma teaching. Learn about things like plasma transition, the new neutron math, soul rules, energy transit, absorption, neutron levels. And now we're in the advanced plasma teaching review. And we'll start with the plasma feeding. And it's ironic that the plasma feeding seminar was on February 15th of 2021. And it was in February of this year that we brought one of the great insecurities of this planet into the security zone. We have secured the universal feeding for this planet, and that system is in place. Which is just the year 2023. And so let's continue. Because as we said, we wanted to look at the origin of the universe, and this is key because what we see is that from the one universe, we created two universes. And we chose one of them as being our universe, but that universe is a big playground still. But that's not where we're playing. We're playing that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner. And we fight so hard for it, you know, we forget or we don't realize that there's a vast universe out there. And it's part of us as well. So why are we thinking so small? And the reason for it is because when you look at that model and compare it to the Keshe model of the nuclear decay of the neutron, you see the formation of rays. It starts with the release of PM ticks. And the release of the PM ticks is part of the decay process. And that decay being the decay of the neutron, the initial fundamental plasma, broken down into the atom. And the atom, of course, is a combination of the electron and proton. Decay is an unfortunate word because it means a lower energy state. That's all. But it's still part of creation. And so we've had limitations. The old science has put everything into a box and things were very linear. And then we found as we start to get to the extremes in terms of size, bigger, 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 things start to curve. And ironically, as things started to get smaller, 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 they also started to curve. And so when we got into the nanoscience, we had to start thinking outside of the box. And so mathematically, we understood that orders of magnitude multiplied by 10. So 10 times 10 is 100. 10 times 10 is 1,000. And so if you take 10 and multiply 3 times on the large side, we get a kilo. On the small side, we get a milli. And then we find that this 10 to the -3 is additive. We add another 3 zeros, it becomes 10 to the -6. And if we add another 3, then it becomes 10 to the -9th. And that's the nanoscience. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand what nanoscience is. They think it's just small things. But the nanoscience is all about energy and motion. It's all about the forces coming together. And so when we looked at the model of nuclear decay, we see the release of the PM ticks. PM ticks are everywhere. And when there's a common denominator for these PM ticks, they circle around like circling the wagons. And they come together and they create a field. And so we have the beginnings of a positive charge, the x-axis and the y-axis. The charges are always positive. And then we see the evolution from there into cells. Cells are in our bodies. And we find that even though there's simple cells, they're actually quite complex when you start to put all the pieces together. And then somehow the energy has to be from the outside to get inside, and then the energy has to go from the inside to get outside. But in order to do that, then this cell has to have some kind of communication system to regulate. How do you regulate this cell boundary? And not only that, but this is in 3 dimensions. You see, because as the PM ticks come together, more PM ticks come and they build up this field. And so this energy is still coming, is still flowing, but it can't stop. So we have to give it a path. It has to go round and round, kind of like a dog chasing his tail, except what you've created is a field. And so you know that the cells aren't flat. They are in 3 dimensions. And they are the basic components of you. And you know that you're not flat. You have different shapes. And this is a good thing. But what's going on inside? There's an awful lot going inside. Because this energy is coming and then it's going. And it's all coming and going in little packets. And so these packets all come together in various parts of the body. And they all function the same way as an individual packet functions. But the question remains, is it coming or going? And so being always positive, then the charge indicates the direction. And so how does this energy move? And so we give it some rules, plasma rules. So we talked about order of magnitude. So we see that plasma comes in different energy states. And these energy states can increase by at least an order of magnitude. But they can decrease as well. So we've seen that the higher energy state feeds the lower energy state. That's the rule. And so we've seen how a higher one feeds the lower one, we call that decay. But if the energy changes manifest in a higher state, then that's creation. So whether it's natural creation or natural decay, it's always creation. But it's possible just to be non-consuming and stay at the same level. We call it a catalytic energy transfer. And the best example of that, of course, is our sun, our favorite sun, the one that comes up in the morning and shines at us unconditionally. And then between these energy states are transfer states, where energy transfers from one state to another. And this is the problem. what is the rate of change? And so we find that in the higher energy states, the rate of change is also higher, and by many orders of magnitude. And so what are the rules that guide this? How is this possible? And why hasn't it been done before? Well, it has been done many, many times. However, plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe, and until we respect that, we have what we have on Earth. Because when we look at the creation of the universe, it exists from energy. And as we said, energy is always positive. And energy is a charge in motion, and energy is always in motion. And if it's in motion, then things have to work in combination. So even when we look at the universal order of creation of matters, we see the combination of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But from there, there's a connection. And it could be in the same state, or it could be in a higher state or a lower state. And not only are there rules of combination, but there are other factors to take into account. And then, of course, when we look at what's in between, we see that between the Earth and the Sun, we have a vacuum. And people think when there's a vacuum, there's nothing there. But the truth is that it's full of principal matter, full of these PM takes, which are charges of energy in motion. And so this energy is the plasma field transaction currency. And the currency on our planet is money. And it's a physical currency. And it's very limiting. But when you have energy as a transaction currency, you find that energy is a plasma fuel. And this is what fuels the universe. So we have to see that when we have this energy in motion, it goes through various dimensions and geometries. And then that changes the dynamism. And so we have to introduce other terminologies. And most pointedly, surface to volume ratio, susceptibility, monatomic ratios, and gradients. So let's talk about surface to volume ratio. In the plasma science, it's obsolete, but in the physical science, it's extremely relevant because many scientists don't even understand that there are two basic rules. And one is that the negative charge is the giver. And two, the surface to volume ratio affects the charge. So the surface to volume ratio is in 3 dimensions, but we're going to have to use a 2-dimensional diagram to explain it because the rule is the same. So we'll talk about the perimeter and we'll talk about the area within the perimeter. The exact number is not what we're concerned about. We're concerned about the ratio. And so we can judge the ratio based on size. But let's pick a precise size and let's look at a box. And that box is 1 by 1. And let's put together 4 boxes like it. So in the left-hand picture, we have 4 boxes, and each box has a perimeter of 1 by 1. And so if we go around the perimeter of all 4 boxes together in this particular format, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. That would be the perimeter. And that perimeter goes around 4 boxes. So the perimeter to area ratio is 8 to 4. Now we can drop that down to 2 to 1 for simplicity. Now, if we were to reduce the size of this box and just have 1 box and do the same count, we already know that the box is 1 by 1 and it has 4 sides, so it's 4 to 1. And so we see that the ratio has just changed. The box in the center is a quarter of the size of the big box, but the ratio has increased. And so what does that mean? When you increase the surface to volume ratio, you increase the strength of the negative charge. And then we find, well, we can actually break up this one box into 4 little boxes. And we'll see what happens. So let's expand. If we can make a smaller box, maybe we can make an even bigger box. So let's start with this really big box and let's follow the pattern. And so now what we have is 16 boxes. And when we count the perimeter, there's 4 on each side, and 4 sides is 16. So now we have a perimeter of 16 and an area of 16. That's a 1-to-1 ratio. And then if we reduce that to the original diagram where we had 4 boxes, we knew that ratio was 2-to-1. And when we reduce that, we already done that, we reduced the ratio to 4-to-1. And then when we examine the little boxes, we find that the ratio is 8-to-1. And so we see a pattern. The smaller the box, the higher the surface to ratio volume. I'm sorry. Excuse me. The higher the surface to volume ratio, higher the negative charge. That's the key point. And so this creates a gradient. And so if we look at the difference between the ratios, there's the gradient. So the difference between the box on the left and the box on the right is only 1. 1-to-1 to 2-to-1, right? Only 1 difference. But the second box to the third box ratio has a difference of 2. 2-to-1 to 4-to-1. And then the third box to the fourth box has a ratio difference of 4. 4-to-1 to 8-to-1. And so we've seen that the gradient also changes and becomes higher. 1 to 2 to 4. And what you're looking at is basically a doubling of the gradient feeding. 2 times 1 is 2, 2 times 2 is 4. And so that becomes a very simple relationship. And so this relationship gives you a range. And this is how we transcend the various ranges. And for those of you who play musical instruments, and particularly a piano, one range is an octave. And so in this case, we're going to look at the yellow arrows, and they are on the note C. And from one note C to the next note C is 1 octave. And interestingly enough, the frequency of the note doubles. So each octave, it doubles the frequency. And we know the low notes have a low frequency and the high notes have a high frequency. And we say the low notes are magnetical and the high notes are gravitational. How come the high notes are gravitational when we know that on Earth, the lowest part is gravitational? So we have a bit of an anomaly. But when we look at light And we see that light comes in frequencies as well. And we see that the blue light has a higher frequency than the red light. And the green light has an in-between frequency. So we see that the blue light is a higher frequency and therefore has a higher charge. And as such, it's gravitational. And there it is, right in the center. And how did it get there? Well, you see, the speed of light is constant. And so the path is what determines the speed of light as we interpret it with respect to something we call refraction. But refraction has, particularly in my case, never been described properly because it implies that the light slows down. It doesn't slow down. When the medium is more dense, then the path is longer. And we know that the farther you go, the longer it takes to get there, doesn't it? So the speed of light is constant, always. It's just that the frequency can change. And so that's the fact on this planet. And so we see how it is affected with repulsion and attraction. And so we see this in practice when we see the sun coming up in the morning. We see that it's in the red spectrum, lower frequency. And then, of course, at high noon, it's in the blue frequency. And then in the evening, it's in the red spectrum again, it's in the low frequency. And of course, at night, well, it's in the low frequency because it's dark. And so this becomes a plasma transition range, and we find that the roots grow at night. They're in the ground anyway, but the plants grow above the ground. And so this is what happens as the sun rises in the morning and sets at night. And then we say, well, then the sun's gone. But you have to remember, it's still shining on the earth. It's just on the other side, just because you don't see it. So as we play the piano, we find that the higher we go to the right, the higher frequency, it's gravitational. And how high can you go? What is the limit? And there is a limit to what we can hear in the physicality. Likewise, there's a limit to what we can see in the physicality in terms of light. But what we say is that the higher frequency is gravitational. The light has shown that. So when we are climbing the stairway to heaven, we have to understand we don't climb up, we climb in. And which step we take is all determined by susceptibility. So when you have something, it is always something. So there is no such thing as nothing. Nothing is nothing. Something is always something. But it's something as opposed to being something else. And what else is it? Well, that's determined by the susceptibility. So when we look in the left-hand picture into the bottom of a glass filled with water, and we see the Gans at the bottom, and we see how it's starting to form a rotating field. And then we look at the bottle on the right, and we see the advanced state of this field. Not only is the gas swirling around, but there's a hole in the middle of it. So there was GANs. Now there's a hole. So why? And so we find out that why is actually not a question. Why is the answer? Something is something, as opposed to being something else. And so there's a plasma interaction. And we talked about going from the linear to the curved. And we create this infinity loop, and all things work in combination. And so there's a magnetical pushing and a gravitational pulling. And when this is in balance, we call it a Magrat condition. And so this pulling and pushing, we call repulsion and attraction. And so in the top half of this picture, we have circular magnets represented. And so when there's a gap, which we call repulsion, we know that the polarity of these magnets is the same because the same pole will repel. And we add a third magnet on the right, and we find that there is no gap, it's attracted. So automatically, we know that the third magnet is of an opposite pole. And we know that we can put iron filings in there and create a picture where we have field forces represented around each magnet. And we know that we can actually see a different picture when we have field forces interacting. But we also know that those field forces will collapse when we remove the magnets physically. This becomes a very important point because the physicality is one of the lowest energy states. And so it has to continually be reinforced. Whereas the plasma state is of a higher energy state and is more enduring. And so if we were to remove a plasma field that was to create these plasma field forces and then remove that reactor, the fields would remain. And when we first started to produce GANs, and we produced them in the containers, as we took the GANs out of the containers and as the water would evaporate and as we would change the components and things like that, we had to learn that we couldn't wash the plasma out of these containers. Even if we were to wash it with a detergent, because the detergent was physical. And the water used was physical. So we tried washing these containers, but the plasma was still in there. And the plasma field forces were still active. So what does that mean? That means there's a gradient feeding from one plasma field to another field. And so if we go back to the surface to volume ratio, we look at this big box on the left. And so because it's so big, it's the strongest, isn't it? And so the strongest feeds the weaker. That's the plasma rule. How does it decide which one to feed? So let's ask the sun. Which person on this planet do you feed? Which plant on this planet do you feed? Come to think of it, which planet do you feed? Because the sun has many planets. And so the answer is that the sun feeds all the planets. And on the planet Earth, it feeds all the plants. And it feeds all the people. But we find that there's a difference. The smaller the particle, the higher the negative charge. What does that mean? If we're only feeding one order of magnitude, then the gradient feeding is only one. But if we were to have the relationship, say, go from 1 to 1 to 4 to 1, it isn't 2, it's 4. But how did we get 4? We multiplied. And then if we go to the smallest box, the difference isn't 4, it's 8. And again, we multiplied by 2. So 2 times 1 is 2, and 2 times 2 is 4, and 2 times 4 is 8. And that's just like the range on the piano between the octaves. But when we talk about the order of magnitude, we talk about 10 to a power, 10 to the 1, 10 to the 2, 10 to the 4, 10 to the 9. And it's additive. So even though it's 10 times 10, 10 times 10 twice, that's 10 to the power of 2. But 10 times 10 times 10 times 10 is 10 to the power of 4. And so we find that the order of magnitude increases drastically. And so the basic rule is that the smaller particle is negative. And the greater the ratio, the greater the charge. And so we find that the difference in the gradient feeding from the one on the left to the one on the right is extreme. But not by double, not by 10, but by 10 to the power of 8. Ten to the 6 is a million. 10 to the 8 is a trillion. That's a big number. So we understand the gradient feeding and what it means and how we can manipulate it. And so when we look at frequency and how it represents the relationship between energy and mass, and then energy and mass relationship is constant because it's reflected by the speed of light. And so now we understand that the speed of light doesn't work in 2 dimensions, it works in 3 dimensions. And so as such, you have to multiply. But that multiplication is done by the order of magnitude to a power. And so if we take the speed of light times the speed of light, that's the power of 2, speed of light squared. It's additive. And that's the limitation of the speed of light in the physicality, but doesn't account for any change in energy or any change in mass. So when we produce the cups of life, and we not only produce GANs, which is of a higher energy state, but we produced an emotional cup and a physical cup. And we did this by nanocoating. Remember, 10 to the minus ninth nanocoating. So we had a nanocoated copper coil, a zinc plate, and a copper coil. And in that process, when we attached the wires, we created a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And we find that the gravitational field is the strongest, and so it's at the core. And by changing the components, we found that there's a difference. One cup is emotional, one cup is physical. But the two cups together work as a unit. And so this is how we made the cups of man. And once we had that established, then we had the cups of soul. And so, yes, each individual cup had a magnetic and a gravitational field and a soul, but collectively, the cup of physicality, the cup of emotion, and the cup of soul created a gravitational field at the core and a magnetic field. And inside the core, remember the stairway to heaven? Inside the soul. And then we put the cups of life all together in the stacker unit. And it represented our vertical life and our horizontal life in man state. And so now we understand how the feeding works. So the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, right? But the weaker is now giving. That negative magnetical charge is giving, but not giving to the higher field strength, which is feeding, but it's giving to another. And then when it comes in combination to be strong enough, then it can continue to give again. So it's from this field that the gravitational takes. And within that field, the gravitational gives to the magnetical. And within that field, the magnetical takes. And then from within that field, the magnetical can give. We have to understand this pattern. So when the cup of soul is feeding the cup of emotion, like the sun, it is also feeding the cup of the physicality. It is also feeding the cup of inertia, and it's also feeding the cup of the earth. But hey, wait a minute. The earth is a lot bigger than we are. It makes you feel useless, doesn't it? Except that it's not. We are friends of the earth, and the earth welcomed us here. And in that process, it nourished us. And that energy was positive. And so it created us. We created the cells, and the energy rotated through a transmission field so that all the parts of the cell could communicate. And likewise, all the cells in the body can communicate. And all the cells in the body can make horizontal people, man-type people. And we can all communicate. We can transmit energy around this planet. But each cell has to bring the food from the outside in and take the waste from the inside out. So energy also has to be transitioned at the same time. And so there's a communication that is a transmission around the cell that allows the transition of energy from within the cell to the outside of the cell. which allows for the cell to actually become. And something is missing. There has to be a reference. And so you see, we have a soul of the body that feeds the body, and it feeds the brain. Well, within the brain, we have a soul of man. And so this is how the plasma soul feeding system works. And you see the correlation between the stacker units in our spine. And you understand how gravitational it is. And you know that the energy doesn't stop at your fingers, because we all have cell phones and we like to touch the screen. And when we touch the screen, something happens. So that means there is energy going beyond our fingertips. And so we have to learn about the emotion of presence. And if we remember how we tried to bring three magnets together all with the same polarity, and that didn't work. We could only bring two magnets together, but they have to have opposite poles. So if we bring two poles together and they're opposite, that means we have one of each. One's positive, one's negative. So the third one has to make a choice. Well, he can't play favorites. He has to kind of sit on the fence. So we find that the sides of the magnet have opposite polar relations. And that's how the center magnet gets balanced. And so if we look at the cups of soul, the cups of emotion and cups of physicality, and we look at the side view, then we can see how it interacts with something. And that something is the earth. So this is the fifth cup, the earth matter manifestation. And so between our soul cups and the earth cup is this inertia field. So it's a product of the environment. You can't be nowhere. You always have to be somewhere. Something is always something. So you have to know where you are. You have to have a reference. And so when we're looking at the cycle of life cups, not only do we have to have a manifestation of our physicality, but we have to take into account more things. So we have to take into account the earth, and then that creates an environment, which we call the inertia. So what does that mean? In our case, our point of view, we are on Earth. But there's Mars, there's Jupiter. There's not only other planets, but there's other solar systems. And so how do you decide? It all has to do with susceptibility, doesn't it? So when we're looking for heaven, we have heaven on earth. That's why we came here. So that has to do with our emotion. So the soul of the man has an emotion. We know the body has an emotion. Oh, yes, it does. So how does that affect our relationship? So we find that these emotions are constantly feeding us. And we find that these emotions are not operating on the same energy level. So we see this relationship the same way we see the relationship between the sun and the earth. So it's because of the sun and the earth that we are in earth. And we are present on earth. So our emotion works the same way. So it's because of the relationship of the emotion of man and the emotion of physicality that we create the emotion of presence. It's dependent on both. So we have to understand that the earth has an emotion as well. And that emotion is reflected in the peace stone. And is connected to the universal community. And so we have to ask ourselves certain questions. This peace stone is giving and taking, but from where? If we look at a relationship between leaders and followers, that's very easy, right? The leader leads, the followers follow. But who does the leader follow? The answer to that is within you. You have to ask, what is the source of your inspiration? And so that comes from the various soul dimensions. And there are various soul dimensions. They have their own geometry. And it follows these emotions. And these emotions reflect our creation and co-creation abilities. So if we look at our main soul, which is residing in that center point within the brain, and we say, oh, I have an idea. So that idea is within the brain, isn't it? But now I'm going to share that idea with you. So I give you this idea. So what does that mean? Does that mean now I have a hole in my head? I could also give you a wish. That wish comes from my heart. If I give you this wish, does that give me a hole in my heart? Or I can show my courage. Does that leave me with a hole in my heart also? And how many songs talk about giving love and ending up with a hole in the heart? So this is all false. This is all energies that can be shared. They can be given. Just the way the sun gives, catalytically. You can continue to give, and you can continue to receive. And so these are following the basic emotional dimensions, the tangible manifestations that come from these dimensions. So we already talked about the emotion of man and the emotion of physicality, and we see how it manifested the emotion of presence. And so we're looking at tangible results, physicality. And these relationships go through a progression from singularity to duality to trinity, 3 dimensions. And so once you understand that you're operating in some kind of field reference, that gives you context. And there you establish a relationship. So now you have a base. And now you can share, exchange, or go somewhere. Well, once you have this base, you have balance. That's a balance we call a maggrav, which is a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so this is why our science is so out of balance, is because we only look at the one side, the scientific side. Now, those who don't understand the scientific side or don't care to are devoted to the spiritual side. as you can see, it's incomplete. They have to be added together. And so when you look at the plasma science, it's a bringing together of the scientific community and the spiritual community, and adds to the knowledge. And so when we look at the soul manifestation dimensions, they come from the principal matter, the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And they create these gravitational field forces in the core, and that's where the soul resides. But when we look at the relationship between the matter and the dark matter, it's the gravitational and magnetical. And when we look at the relationship between the antimatter and the dark matter, it's gravitational and magnetical. So something's happening in this dark matter energy level, which is causing a problem. And that problem comes with understanding the plasma field strength. Sure, the body is bigger than the head. And so maybe the soul of the body is bigger than the soul of the man. But actually, based on surface to volume ratios, the soul of the man is bigger than the soul of the body. But because both of these are in a plasmatic state, you're finding that the difference is many orders of magnitude. And so this follows when we look at the relationship between the sun and the earth on the right. And when we look at where we started, remember, man's universe and the sister universe, and you see that there's a relationship size-wise there as well. So the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so each position has a magnetical gravitational field. So what does that mean? That means it has a soul also. So if the soul of the man has a relationship with the soul of the body, and we find that we also have this little tiny universe, we must have slightly bigger, but probably still tiny sister universe. That's reflective of what's going on here. And it's embodied within the soul, which is to say that the sister universe has a soul, man's universe has a soul. And so we know that the sun has a soul and the earth has a soul. But when we look at the relationship within the universe, we have the sun and the earth. And within the earth, we have our body. So there's a relationship there. And in order to make this work, it has to be slightly skewed. And so we are actually on Earth, which is in the solar system, which is in man's universe, which is in the sister universe, which is in the unicos. And so these are all the various soul dimensions. And we can travel through these dimensions. Or we look into the sky at night, it looks pretty dark. And so this leads us into this energy binding, which is necessary because that's how you create a maggrav condition. You bring the PM ticks together in a rotating field. And so to maintain our emotion of presence, we have to be self-serving. But we didn't come here at the expense of others. So we seem to understand that the way we understand gravity. And so to understand gravity better, we have to understand that there are flux lines around the surface of the earth, and these flux lines flow along the surface of the earth. Understand that these flux lines also flow around the earth and within the earth. But for the purpose of this discussion, we're just going to go around the earth, sort of appease the flat earth people so they understand that that flat line they're referring to is actually a tangent point where that flat line meets the curvature of the earth. So we can clearly see that the flatliners are still thinking inside the box. Well, we've stepped outside of the box, you see. So if we want to understand this field strength, we have to understand that this energy is flowing perpendicular to this tangent line. Perpendicular means right angles, means 90 degrees. 90 degrees to the tangent. And so if you have a rock that's on the ground, it'll be attracted right to the surface of the ground, won't it? So you come along and you pick that rock up, and depending on how big and how heavy it is, you'll have to exert a quantity of energy. And when you lift that, you find this resistance. So you have to understand that this resistance is coming from the flux lines being stretched. I thought I was just lifting the rock, and now I'm stretching flux lines. Yes, because these flux lines are seeking density. So when you lift the rock is more dense than the air underneath it. So the susceptibility of the flux lines to be attracted to the density of the rock is greater than being attracted to the air underneath. Now, that's not to say that there aren't any flux lines in the air underneath. It's to say that there's a greater energy flowing through the rock than it is through the air, which means the rock is gravitational. So if you let the rock go, it's going to come crashing down to the earth. So make sure you remove your toes in time. You don't want to get crushed. And so now we understand how energy is flowing. So yes, you need to be self-serving, but you can do this at the enhancement of others. Because you only pick up one rock, but there's 8 billion of us, 8 billion of us on this planet. And we're all self-serving. And we're all working together. And this planet is doing its job as well. And so we created GANs. So we understand that the GANs produces higher energy. And that energy is being emitted negatively and produces a GANS light. And the manifestation of this GANS light we can see in a plasma sphere that gets illuminated into a light bulb. This is the physical manifestation of the plasma illumination. Since energy is always in motion, energy is always emitting. And so if it's emitting, then it's coming from a darkness. And this energy has a relationship to mass. So in other words, we can have a soul light and a spirit light and a mind light, or we can have a soul mass, a spirit mass, and a mind mass. In fact, we can have a light mass. We know we can have a GANS mass, and we know that GANS has an affinity for the emotional. So the emotion has a mass as well. So if there's a light mass, there's also a dark mass. So what is the dark mass? It's a transitory field strength between here and there. And when you're talking about here and there, that could be anywhere, right? Doesn't have to be specifically here. It can be somewhere or somewhere else. So something's always somewhere as opposed to somewhere else, isn't it? So now we understand plasma transition that comes from the gravitational feeding the magnetical, and it comes from the core and goes out. And we see these flux lines as they're rotating around. So we understand that the flux lines, and then as they approach the core, they become more dense. And so what happens when they get to the core? So when we see the interaction of plasma photons, those straight lines curve when they come out again. So the gravitational feeds the magnetical. And it does this in two directions. We see this represented in a double rainbow. If you see this picture with a double rainbow, you find that there's an inside rainbow and there's an outside rainbow, but there are differences. And so the color in the sky inside the rainbow is similar to the outside of the rainbow. But in between these two rainbows is this kind of dark area. And so if we were to suggest that this is looking at it from the sun's point of view, since the sun is a higher energy feeding the weaker energy, which is the earth, then the sun is giving a higher energy strength, which we call antimatter. And that is gravitational. And we know that gravitational energy, light, tends to the violet. And beyond the colors of the rainbow is ultraviolet. And when we look at the outside of the rainbow and we see the color sequence from the sun point of view, the colors that we see starts at blue and works its way to red. And then he gets into this dark zone. And then we look at, in his dark zone, that's on the red side. And beyond that, there's no color, so that's the infrared. But then we have light on the other side of the rainbow. So the antimatter is not only feeding the dark matter, it's also feeding the light matter. Because it can't discriminate. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Well, let's flip this around. Let's look at it from the Earth's point of view. Well, the Earth's point of view, the rainbow is blue on the inside and red on the outside. Isn't this what we said? The blue has a higher frequency. And so it's more gravitational. And that's more gravitational towards the Earth. So that means the core of the Earth is antimatter, and the rainbow becomes the light matter. And so obviously on the inside of the rainbow, where we go to the blue side and beyond into the ultraviolet, non-visible, that would be the dark matter. So on the outside of the rainbow, being the red, it goes into the non-visible range of the infrared. So we still have this relationship from the ultraviolet on the inside of the first rainbow to the infrared in between to the ultraviolet on the outside of the second rainbow. So I think plasma is trying to tell us something. There's a relationship between each rainbow from the gravitational and magnetical side. But we have this dark matter in between, which kind of explains when we look at the plasma fields of the Earth, we have this rotating field in the northern hemisphere and a rotating field in the southern hemisphere, but the Earth itself in physicality only rotates one way. Can you imagine if in physicality the northern hemisphere rotated in the opposite direction as the southern hemisphere? And what kind of confusion would you have at the equator? So there's this rotating field in between. In between here and there, the dark matter. And we see the same thing then when we look at the star formation of the plasma reactors, where we have these spheres that are filled with GANs, and they're physical spheres with electric motors that are causing them to rotate. But because of the structure, the three in the base and the one at the top, we find that we're able to experience different energy states within the physicality. So we have this physical matter state of these rotating balls. We have the physical state of the GANs, but then each ball has this plasma state, and then these plasma states all work together dynamically and create this fifth field in the center. So how do we get from here to there? And so we find that we have this dark matter that connects. And the same thing happens in the cups of light, in our stacker unit, where we have the soul cup and the emotion cup and the physical cup, which represents the cup of man. And we have the earth cup. And the combination of those two cups creates the inertia cup. And so the binding field is this dark matter. Well, how does that pertain to starships? So we have to understand that matter state can be physical. We call that small m matter state. You can touch it and see it, but plasma's matter state, which is capital M matter state, you can't touch it, you can't see it, but you can sense it plasmatically, of course. So if we look at the old saucers, and I'm talking about before 1975, and I don't know how far before that. I don't have access to classified information, but I think everybody understands when we're talking about a flying saucer. So what's going on here? It's round. Which way is it going? Looks kind of confused to me. But it's not really. It has three energy fields on the bottom creating the base and one energy field at the top creating, a star formation. And then, of course, we have this plasma field that is created out of that star formation, and it manifests itself into the saucer. This is us now being plasma scientists. And we understand that the x-axis is the rotation field, the y-axis is the polar field, and the z-axis is the manifestation field. But we're only looking at half the picture, right? Because when we look at our rotating hemispheres, we have two. And they're rotating in opposite directions, right? And then there's the equator that's combining the two. So what happens when you put these two fields together? Ah, well, there you are. There you have the full picture. Now you have a sphere. And as I said, the sphere is made up of two halves, so maybe we can get a peek inside. Oh, what's going on in there? Another bunch of fields. Are they plasma cups? Take a closer look. And so we see that there's a gravitational core, there's a magnetical outside, there's a dark matter in the center. And, you know, we seem to be passengers in this dark center, in this dark mass. Where have we seen this before? Oh, the daisy. That's right. Here we have these hexagonal shapes in the center and these white petals on the outside. Excuse me 1 second. Thank you very much. So I think we're understanding the basis of principal matter. These energy packs that are traveling through the vacuum, coming together, interacting as the force fields, and combining as antimatter, dark matter, and matter in the formation of a magravity. What's going on in the atom? Well, we see the atomic structure of the electron, the proton, and the neutron. Each one is created the same way. Combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter. We have to see the common denominator between the matter in all three. And as such, there will be a combination of the antimatter in all three. So I think you know where this is going. There's a combination of the dark matter in all three. And so we know that the neutron will decay, as we said, into the electron-proton combination. And as such, it will give off a PM tick, which is a ray, creation of a ray. So we do have another structure, cylinder. And so when we look at this structure and relate it to how these atoms and their atomic structure works, we find that there is some kind of connection in the center. Well, if there's a center, then there has to be something on the outside. And so we find that it's a star formation, this duality components of this plasma structure. But we have the outsides and we have the center, but we know they're of different strengths. And so all three have to work together. And so this all has to follow the plasma feeding rule, where you have the higher feeding the weaker. However, it's a two-way street. So you have this natural creation, you have this natural decay, and you also have this catalytic stability. So you look at the Trinity components. And so you see that the bases of the star formations are now facing each other. But since they're both the same charge, there has to be an intermediary. And that intermediary looks exactly like the structure of our RNA and our DNA. And so the energy has to flow through, but it has to kind of cross over because opposite poles attract. And that's how this plasma structure maintains its conformity in the Trinity components. So if we were to summarize how with the various spaceships that we have, so we keep referring to these UFOs, these flying saucers, but now we have to understand that there are spherical plasma fields and there's cylindrical plasma fields. We have to view ourselves as also a spaceship. And ourselves are in the Earth spaceship. And then we have to understand that all of these spaceships, all 5 that you're looking at here, are part of the solar system spaceship. Here's what we know. We could take our spaceship, our manship, and walk all over the Earthship. It only stands to reason that we can walk all over the universe. We just have to learn how to do this. We actually do know how to do this because there's a purpose in life, and that is to be universal functionaries. So when we define plasma for other people, tell them it's a kind of energy state, and there are many different kinds of energy states. And so depending on your point of view, this will help you understand your Earth space, but also it'll help you find your inner space and lead you on that search for outer space. And it's pretty important. I mean, that's what life is. Life is important. And if life is not important, well, nothing's important. And we see that the different plasma field states have this relationship. And with the higher strength beating the lower end strength. And we see right at the bottom, the weakest energy state of all, the physical state, the small m matter state, it's representing heat and electricity. That's the weakest energy state. Well, how did we go from this rotating field to become this soul and body spaceship? So if you understand the two-way street and the exchange of energy and the surface to volume ratios and the high negative charge, and we understand that we are multidimensional. And so our fingers and our toes are negative, and our head and our tail is negative. Our spine is positive. And so there's an interaction of fields, which means the negative is going out and the gravitational is coming in. And we start to see the formation of our body. Like not only is it our body, but you know, many of the horizontal people have 2 arms and 2 feet, a head and a tail. But we're all different. And this is how it's created. And so as we build these fields and we find that we're building up protein, which is the physicality, and we create cells. And so this protein keeps folding over. Then we create organs, and then we create the brain, and then we create these fingers. So let's look at these fingers and see if we can understand, maybe in simple terms, what's going on. And so let's refer to our 2 hands. And most of us have 4 fingers on the thumb. But as you can see, the DNA is the same in all of our cells. but we have opposing thumbs. Well, if the DNA is the same in both thumbs, how can we get a different result? Oh, that means the DNA is not the factor, not the determining factor. So it's the energy flow. So let's align these hands and put one hand above the other, and let's connect the pinky finger of one hand to the index finger of the other hand and say that's the connection. And assign different energy states, common references that people understand in physicality. So we all understand the physical and emotional and mental construct of the body. But when we get into the intuitive, well, that's, that's that woman thing, and that's something that they have this capability and men don't. But it's a connection to our soul, which operates on the astral plane, the spiritual plane, and soul plane. So this intuitive plane is kind of the combination, the connecting point between the two. So above the intuition, we have three dimensions: the soul, the spirit, and the astral. Below the intuitive, we have three dimensions: the mental, emotional, and physical. Those being the three dimensions of the body. The previous three dimensions are the dimensions of the soul. So we see that the soul operates in three dimensions. And the body operates in three dimensions. Let's just realign these hands and switch around the connection with the pinky and the index finger. And let's apply these fields now to the earth. So we've already discussed our man as a soul, is mental, emotional, and physical. But this physical is connected to the earth. So the three dimensions of man involve the soul, the mental aspect, and the emotional aspect. And we see the Earth's magnetosphere allows man to live physically above the Earth's crust. And within the Earth's crust is the Earth's mantle, and then within that is the Earth's core. And they're the three dimensions of the Earth. So what we see is that we have three dimensions for the Earth and three dimensions for man, and we have a connecting dimension. So this connecting dimension is the fourth dimension. So if we have the three dimensions of man and the three dimensions of Earth, and the connecting dimension is the fourth dimension, which is the fifth dimension? Where do you start counting? Is the Earth's core the first dimension? Is the soul of man the seventh dimension? Something's wrong with this counting system. Let's understand this. Within each energy state, there are three dimensions. And you, as the participant observer, cannot be in those three dimensions. You have to be in a fourth dimension, not the fourth dimension, just another dimension, because that is what allows you to go to another set of three dimensions. So if you want to go from here to there, then what you want to do is to go from a set of 3 dimensions to another set of 3 dimensions. And if you are the go in between, then you're operating in the 4th dimension. We have always been operating in the 4th dimension. So regardless, if we have a set of 3 dimensions and we're operating in our physical space, then our soul operates in a set of 3 dimensions. And if our physical space is a set of 3 dimensions, is operating in the earth space, which is another set of 3 dimensions, then within our physicality, we have a set of 3 dimensions of earth space, a set of 3 dimensions of our physicality, and a set of 3 dimensions of our soul. And that's just within our little tiny perfect world. And so the connection we find that is in our blood, because the blood is iron and our soul is connected to the blood, and the blood is connected to the earth. And that's what represents gravity. And so we call that anchorage. So how do we anchor ourselves in the universe? How do we anchor ourselves to the greater oneness? So the answer, of course, is peace and harmony. You look into the universe and you'll see nothing but peace and harmony represented. And so the energy from the universe manifests itself on Earth through what we call the transmutation of elements. And so this matter creation is actually just a form artifact of the interaction of a gravitational field with inertia. If you're going to have a gravitational field and inertia, then an inertia is actually a combination field, then you have to have another gravitational field. So here we go. You'll need a set of gravitational 3 dimensions and another set of 3 gravitational dimensions. And the combination of those 2 gives you a set of 3 dimensions of inertia. And within those 3 dimensions, you have the splitting of antimatter into light matter and dark matter, which are the set of 3 dimensions. And it's the scintillation, which is the manifestation of the light mass. And that scintillation comes from the transmutation of energy. So the transmutation of energy manifests itself into the transmutation of the elements, of which we are a part of. And so when we look at the cups of light, we have the cup of the soul that is feeding. And the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality, is part of the feeding process. And the cup of the earth and the cup of the inertia is also part of the feeding process. So that means our feeding is not only coming from our soul, but it's coming from the environment. And so we, in turn, become a plasma feeder. We, in turn, become universal functionaries. So now we understand the reality manifestation is when 2 fields come together, they form another. There's your 3 dimensions. So the formation of any field is a manifestation, and it's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. And this manifestation could be tangible or non-tangible, visible or non-visible. It can be plasmatic or physical, or it can be dark matter or light matter. So there is a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And any manifestation is a form artifact. And the emotion of presence is a testament. It's a form artifact of energy and motion. And so if we say the lowest energy state is heat and electricity, so we have the internal combustion providing heat. So the internal combustion vehicle is obsolete. And the electric vehicle, well, it too is obsolete. And a certain kind of electric vehicle is actually a computer vehicle. So we have created food security. We've also created internet security. So that too is obsolete. And over a decade ago, we had the plasma car. And maybe it too is obsolete. Because all of these have to do with tangible manifestation. That's a set of 3 dimensions. But there's another set of 3 dimensions, non-tangible manifestation. We will discuss those in the future. This is all part of the plasma science, and what we can see is that the manifestation of that field is a combination of different sets of different dimensions. So if the anti-gravity is a set of 3 dimensions, the dark matter is a set of 3 dimensions, and the matter state is a set of 3 dimensions. And then, of course, there's the transfer states, and understand that they too are a set of 3 dimensions. So between the 3 dimensions of the matter state, there are 9 dimensions, and in between them is another 6 dimensions. That's 15 dimensions. And the combination of those is a set. So what you're looking at is a picture of the combination of all the sets. And each one of us emits this picture. And each one of us is unique. So we're all the same, but we're all unique. And so we can see that we can stay within our physical range and still change our magnetical creation with Tesla 129. Which is 129 times the field strength of the magnetical field strength of us on this planet. And when we did this, there were no tsunamis and no earthquakes and no climate catastrophes. And we've been doing that regularly, where we have the body enhancement units working to elevate the souls, and the material enhancement units to help the environment. And this eliminates the mass confusion, the connection from the source to our environment. And the connector is you, the universal functionary. And so, if you can allow the energy to come in from the universe and yield to its strength, so that you can receive that energy, You have to understand that you provide the pattern, you get the energy. And if your pattern is flawed, then you will limit yourself. And the soul is unlimited. And after 494 Knowledge Seekers workshops, it's 494 Thursdays in a row. We are trying to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Teachings on plasma science. We're calling all knowledge seekers. Come along with us. Life's learning lessons transmute your soul growth. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with your heart. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your soul. And don't forget to sign it on behalf of the universal community. Because the dilution of this emotion allows fields of life choices free from boundaries or abuse. The ethos maps your position, and the universal community is your travel guide. The speed of love manifests and determines your inner space emotional constructs. It's this earthbound soul family which is going through this gravitational transformation, seeking physical and emotional revitalization. This vitality comes from the emotion of knowledge and is embodied in the transmutation connection that connects equally to the universal cosmic rays, freedom broadcast network of the inner space. And you, the universal functionaries, resonate with the proper plasma universe. That's why plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of the lesson, and that's the end of this basic teaching series review. I hope you've enjoyed this. Over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you again, Alex. Does that mean we graduated? I think I did that once in college. I graduated.
You also did that in kindergarten.
You can see I'm still working on pronunciation of the words. Oh,
Well,
very
it sounds like
interesting.
you're having fun.
Well, we need to have fun. This can't be like a church service, I don't think, or some other sort of solemn, somber, you know, everybody's sort of chilled in a way because we don't understand. Let's have a little fun with this. And I was wondering, can anyone use any of these backgrounds or these this presentation to make their own presentation to others, maybe copy it or play this recording? But there's so much in most of these panels. I think you could probably teach for hours just on one panel. They don't
Okay,
have there's no patent or anything, or you know what I'm saying?
No, but there's a direct answer to your question, and this is a gift from me to the Keshe Foundation. So this belongs to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And the knowledge seekers are free to use this. And, you know, I mean, this knowledge is to be shared. So there's no problem with that. The problem comes in the empire building. You see, because I'm not trying to build an empire here. What we're trying to do is to explain how the universe works and our position within the universe. And as such, you know, there has to be respect. And so this isn't my teaching, this is my learning. And my learning doesn't just come from the Keshe Foundation. So all of us can be contributors in a way. But what we have to do is understand the rules of the game. And so who's leading that way? And when you say, what does it take to be able to do this? Well, on Earth, excuse me, it takes position, power, and money. Well, there are lots of people with position, power, and money, and they can't do this. And when we look at the universal community, they don't need money. They already have something which is worth far more. But they have position and power, and they still can't get the job done. So what does that mean? That means the job's not getting done. So how does this get done? So we have to assign this. We have to assign the responsibility, and we have to get together. And the thing is, we've already assumed that responsibility. Each of us individually are universal functionaries, and what we're coming to realize is that we are all part of the Keshe Foundation as contributors. And if we understand the difference between energy binding and energy flow, then we can understand that when we contribute to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, and we can contribute in so many ways beyond money, then we find that we have synergy. And synergy is increase in energy by many orders of magnitude, and that's what you want. So there are many who take it and run with it and give no credit or accounting to the foundation, which ends up really being basically another form of stealing, and we don't really need that. And so I have had to make a decision, and that decision is that these classes are on behalf of the Keshe Foundation. And the private teachers within the Keshe Foundation who run the private classes are also doing that on behalf of the Keshe Foundation. So I think this becomes a difficult question. What kind of functionaries are we? Are we part of the solution, or are we part of the problem? So yes, this information here is in the public. And there's no disclosure of classified information or advanced research here. I'm just an average Joe Muckintouch. And I don't know much. But what I know is common knowledge. And when I say common knowledge, I mean it's commonly available. But we need to use that knowledge to function on this planet. And we need to understand that life has a purpose. And for all those youths who are misguided and depressed and suicidal, you understand that someone has led you down the garden path, and that garden path is not leading you to heaven. It's leading you to a very dark place. And that's not what we're doing. We are looking to resonate, to elevate in plasma science, because it's only then that you have the power to give.
Well, thank you very
Back
much
to you, Mark.
For sharing, and they can mix and match these backgrounds and different things, and sure, there's so much to open up. I mean, it'll be centuries, I think. Well, maybe not. I know it's speeding up, but the knowledge will continue to open in every position that you find yourself in. I think we can always open it deeper and deeper and deeper. We just haven't realized it. We think we scratched the surface and we got a few bits of understanding and we've arrived, but every position can go infinitely deep. I was so impressed to hear that there were civilizations that just study amino acids, whole civilizations. So there must be a lifelong of knowledge in each topic in a way.
Well, certainly, and we can't leave anybody behind, so we have to create an opportunity for them to be able to gracefully, enter into the new knowledge. But we can't stop the advancements here. So this is running in tandem with, you look at the efforts of the Brazilian community and the One Nation, One Planet series and of course the Knowledge Seekers workshops, so the Mr. Keshe is, spearheading the whole thing there. And we're just in shall we say, the jet stream, following him.
Yeah.
But, we have to understand that he's following another leader. And, we don't need to follow his tail. We need to look past him and see and follow that leader.
Yes, I guess
That's
the
the goal.
universal community has a universal council as well in so many ways. I know Mr. Keshe has referred to that.
Well, of course, and we're part of that universal council. That's the key. We are not, we're not seeking memberships. We are members. Okay, it's just that members have responsibility, and that responsibility is for the collective. It isn't they say one for all and all for me. That's fine from your point of view, and you need to establish that, but don't be taking from others and weakening them, because we see what happens. So there's no reason for us to have hardship and security issues, and war on this planet. Peace and prosperity is the other option, and that is a desirable option, and I can't understand why there's resistance to that. Well, I'm sorry, that I do understand, okay, because there's a huge penalty, and that penalty is on the soul level. And so it's when we don't understand the interaction of our soul and how that facilitates our universal functionaries, then we are missing the point. So life is not purposeless. Life has a purpose, and we have a purpose. So it's just that in the meantime, we all want to do things, but sometimes the glass spills on the floor and we have to mop up the floor. So, we have to deviate from, our general course, but that doesn't take us off course. That just keeps us on course, and, it just shows us how life works. And since life is what's showing us how it works, and we need to pay attention. And even the the demons operating on this planet are teaching us how life works. All you have to do is do the opposite, and then you'll find that automatically you have peace and prosperity, and it comes at a rapid rate, orders of magnitude faster than any other way. And that's what we're trying to achieve. So welcome to the new outer space age.
Agree. Let's see if anyone has any questions they'd like to raise, or issues or objections perhaps to what you have said. Maybe their understanding is different, or slightly different, or greatly different. Would anyone like to raise a question or make a comment? And maybe they're just not near their microphones at the moment, but you talk about taking everyone with us, and I know that's probably in the elevation of the soul of the man. But could we go back to your first background that you had there about the warmongers?
Okay.
And what are we going to do with the warmongers? You know, these are certain ones who have created a lot of pain and suffering on this planet. What are we to do with these people? I know there's a lot of anger, and a lot of people want some sort of retribution. But what is our ethos towards, I think it was the very first one, or when you were doing an introduction, I think, and it had the warmongers and the peace makers and so on.
Well, that's not working.
I think it's before this one, but yeah, we don't need the foil, but I was just saying, what are we to do with those who's caused so much suffering and pain on this planet? It would seem like you really don't want to associate with these people, but I think the ethos of the Keshe Foundation is totally opposite of the punishment or, you know, trials and all the rest of this. I know Mr. Keshe says we don't judge a man and we don't judge a soul, but what is the way that we can work with these? And I know we're elevating their souls. Is that the only thing we can do? Or is there something else?
That is the. Well, I have to learn how to navigate the screen
Me
better.
too. Me too.
Oh, okay. The specific answer to the question is, you know, you cause your own problem. You end up being your own solution. And it's your responsibility. So, you know, if we have a situation, we have to understand that we are participants, observers, and so we can affect that situation. But you know, it is the responsibility of the one who's creating that situation to correct it. And if we do it on their behalf, then we assume the responsibility for that mess. And that's not right, is it? So those who create the mess need to clean up the mess. So the answer is, you know, don't make the mess in the first place. But what is it that you want to create? You really have to ask that question. And you know, why do you want to create that? That's another important question. Because you just don't want to create, you know, anything for the purpose of creating. It's like the plasma card. I'm trying to think of, well, you know, what are we going to do with the plasma card? Because, you know, it's great, isn't it? But so what?
The plasma card, CARD. Oh, the plasma card. Okay.
Yeah, drop the D. Yeah. So, like, why bother bringing this car out? Like, what point would it serve?
Well, there was one teaching where Mr. Keshe had said, or maybe a number of them, where people would take the motors out of their cars and put some sort of reactors on the wheels. And he said when he got to Iran, this is one of the first projects he wanted to be involved in. I remember, I think that was in a new or a man's future vision. I think something.
Well, I agree. I agree. And you know, I'm like a lot of people, you know, they get excited about new technologies, and you know, I just can't get excited about electric cars that, you know, were invented 150 years ago. I'm, you know, this is pretty exciting, but you know, if you take this and you compare this to a universal enhancement unit, and say, well, You know, there's no real comparison. You know, this becomes redundant. I mean, it's nice, but like, so what? You know? And would this bring peace to the planet? No, because it's operating in the physical state. You know, you can't take this vehicle into outer space, but the universal enhancement you can. So, you know, what do you want to do?
You know, we play an introduction to some of the classes that we carry. And as I mentioned before, he said, what we see in the depths of the universe, we see within the depths of the soul of the man. Now, didn't Christ teach that the kingdom of heaven is within you? So all of this is basically within us, it seems. Maybe not the full transmutation. I mean, that's there too. But I mean, just all these other interactions and practicing the transmutation in the dream state. Is this the kingdom of heaven that's within you, where you can sort of create any sort of reality? As he said, we put you in the unit, we can create any position anywhere in the universe for you to interact with. That doesn't mean you go there. That means you interact on that particular field strength. So is this the kingdom of heaven? Is it the soul he's talking about? I mean,
yes, of course.
Yeah, it just came to me recently about this this idea. We know there's no physical heaven, and there's no standing before the creator and being judged. Your own soul will work that out in a certain way. But this idea of the kingdom of heaven is within you. And we always thought it was way out there somewhere, some other far distant location, and we're trying to get there. But we've been walking around with it, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure what Christ meant by that, but it seems.
No,
Go ahead.
Well, the stairway to heaven is, you know, it's not up, it's in. That's where we've always made the mistake.
Okay, I agree. It's not like an elevator, as Mr. Keshe said, where you go to another floor or something. I think it's field strength, and this is what he seems to be wanting us to understand more. If we can tap into certain fields, we have to be taught more, but every different line is a different line of travel or communication or perhaps wellness and feeding. Again, there's so much to unravel here. Hopefully it becomes slightly easier. I think it will. Anyone else who wants to raise a question? I don't want to have the floor, and I'm sure Alex would like to hear from someone else. If you wrote a question down or made a couple of notes, perhaps you'd like to bring something out. You talked about this splitting of the neutron. I'm thinking, we can split ourselves as well. I know you talk about decay, and I always thought decay is kind of a term we use on food. It's sort of rotten and it's decayed, or an old piece of wood outside that we may have wanted to use, but it's in a state of decay. But really, the decay is the dividing and the division of the neutron as I see it. And if a universe could make another universe out of itself, couldn't we, in a way, do the same? But the first universe is still in its position. So couldn't we do something very similar? We keep one universe here, but yet we can travel and interact or observe another universe, and maybe one that we create. I'm just thinking we can operate in more than one location simultaneously, or maybe this is coming in the future. Any thoughts on that? Or is that only reserved for the creator? But we know the creator is you. It's all of us.
You've touched on an unbelievable subject. This opens up a big can of, a supersized can of worms, okay?
a big can of Pandora box. We're gonna have fun one way or the other.
Well, one of the things that's coming out glaringly is understanding the relationships of two plasma fields. Because what we're seeing is not the individual field, what we're seeing is the combination of those two fields, the inertia field. So anytime we look at something, we have to understand that it's a product. So, you know, when we say product, that means 1 + 1. 1 + 1 produces something. And the thing is that that one doesn't get consumed in the process, that one still exists. So when you say 1 and 1 makes 2, yeah, but you still have the 1 and 1. It keeps coming. So if 1 and 1 makes 2, then another 1 and 1 makes another 2.
Right.
Well, now you have 4, right? So anytime when you look at the product and you say, well, the product is 2, you have to understand that it came from something. And simply you could say, well, it came from 1 and 1. But, you know, if it was only that way, then we'd all be the same. Which is what I'm saying. There's 8 billion of us, and we're all a product. But we didn't all come from 1 and 1. We all came from something. And so that something was something as opposed to something else. And what I came from and from what you came from were different. And the reason they were different is because there's no 2 energy fields in the same spot. Excuse me. There's no 2 energy fields. There's no 1 energy field in the 2 energy fields. You're moving. So if you're in one spot and then you move to another spot, you're different. You're not the same. You're different. But as a maggrav, you are still you. So yes, this is the phenomenon when you're looking at what you are. So if you take this picture of the origin of the universe and you say the one on the left is the neutron and the one on the right is the electron-proton combination, but the electron-proton combination is also represented by the PM tick, right? Then the PM tick is created from the breakdown of the neutron and the electron-proton atom. And what's a PM tick? A PM tick is a maggrav without a neutron. And what is hydrogen? It's a maggrav without a neutron.
Yeah, but I still think we can be in one position, but be in other positions simultaneously. I know he said at one time you could send out thousands of these little scouts from your soul and have many positions to interact with, or perhaps to
Yeah,
visit.
of course.
Yeah. So again,
So, but you're not sacrificing yourself to release this.
no.
You're the neutron. You're the neutron, and you're releasing this PM tick, aren't you? I have an idea. I'm releasing this idea.
Mhm.
Okay, but I'm still here. So you are able to do that. You are able to be a co-creator. That this is the whole essence of it. So once you have this co-creation, then there's a feedback. There's a feeding and a feedback that goes between. So that this thing, what did you did it in the preview, and it had to do with time, position, and place. And so what you find in the outer space is there's no time, position, and place. So this is how you go from one place to another. So the field is not in between the fields. You are in between the fields. So at this point in time, you're observing one field, and that field has 3 dimensions. And then you're observing another field, and that field has 3 dimensions.
Okay,
Now,
let's, oh, did you
you'd
finish
be
it?
in,
No, okay.
no, you'd be in both fields, and you're the observer. So you in the 4th dimension, and if you, whichever field you look at, you're looking at the basis of 3 dimensions. And so now you're traveling in the 4th dimension. So now you get to decide, well, do I want to leave the one and go to the other? And then if I go to the other, and I'm doing that in the plasma state of 3 dimensions, then do I want to manifest into the physicality, which would be another set of 3 dimensions? And you have that choice. And so once we find out that we have this choice to do all of these things, then we have to ask ourselves, why are we, so limited in choices on this planet? And it all boils down to understanding that we already made a deal to come here. So when we came from the 4th dimension into this set of 3 dimensions. And when we're looking at this set of 3 dimensions, we're the observer. Or the observer and the participant, isn't it? Because we've chosen to focus our intention on these 3 dimensions, and within these 3 dimensions, we exchange energy. Now, how skillful are we? And if we start to use all the skills that we have been bestowed on, okay, then instead of just being depleted, then we can be enhanced. And if we understand that if we are all part of the universal community, then, and there's one part of that community that is sick, well, that whole community is sick. So this is why we need to enhance our neighbors. We need to elevate our neighbors. This is where our responsibility kicks in. And so if we're not enhancing our neighbors, then we're not enhancing our communities. So if we're not doing that, then what the hell are we doing? And that's the question that each and every one of us has to ask ourselves. And so ignoring that answer does not make the problem go away. And if you continue to reinforce that problem, well, guess what? You're going to get that more and more of that problem. So what you give your time and attention to is what you create. And this becomes the fundamental foundation of being a universal functionary. Back to you, Mark. Thank you.
Right, but bottom line for the world leaders, the religious leaders, stalwarts of science and the rest of it, there is no punishment as far as we're concerned. There's no retribution. Isn't that correct? That it's just, as Jacko said, don't hesitate, elevate. And I think this is...
Well, there actually is a penalty. There actually is a penalty, and that is the diminishment of the potential. So you say, well, you invest something, right? And you want maximum return on that investment. Well, when you're investing in your life, and you find that, to benefit your life, you compromise someone else's life. Well, that deficiency that you imposed on someone else's life comes at your cost.
The field
well,
has
that's
to
okay.
balance at some point. Yes.
Right. So if we really want to be powerful, then we really have to understand how this universe works, and we have to work with it. So, the universe is waiting for our maturation, and the time has come for that. And so we are in the experience of that. And the other thing that, of course, is happening is that there's a sense of urgency, because the timelines have been put in place. And so it's not just us, it's, some think, you know, the timeline is, we gotta get this done by 2030. Well, all that does is it delays. There's another timeline, October 28th, 2023. There's no reason. There's no reason to extend it. There's no reason to delay it. Okay, the capability is now within our hands. It's how graceful can it be? And we are not the ones that are going to choose that because we've already made the move. Back to you.
Okay, anyone else would like to come in with a comment or a question? All right, Alex, I guess there's no more questions, so we can pack up and go home now.
And I want to thank everybody for allowing me to
Not
make a
yet, not
presentation
yet.
today. No, sure.
I'm only kidding. I have something else I'd like to bring. If I was hoping someone else will come in here, but how did we say we were going to work this out about sharing the screen? I'd like to share the screen for a moment.
I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay, you're going to stop sharing and then I'm going to share. Okay.
Here we go.
Let's see here. Okay, and I'm going to share the screen. And I think we're going to use, oh, excuse me, I brought up the wrong one. Let's bring this one up instead. Sorry. I'm going to slide this over. And since you've been talking about magnets so much, and Mr. Keshe uses magnets in his device or some of his earlier devices. I know Rick has many times used magnets to explain things, to show things. As I said earlier, we were listening to the Brazilian teaching on Friday and they were reviewing the 493. And maybe you can incorporate, because obviously there's something missing in our understanding. And I'll just start to read from here. You can see the screen. We get the magnet and we play with it with another magnet, but we never understood the work of the fields, the sharing of the fields of the two magnets, the interaction of the fields of the magnets with their environment that allows such a position, what we call between the two, attraction, repulsion, what we call mag-rev positioning. If you really go back into the depth of it, we have not completed to understand the process of the matter state magnetic fields. And that is why we have a problem understanding the interaction of the fields of the plasma. So what could we do, or what could we open up, Alex, in the understanding of the matter state magnets that would help us understand the work of the plasma field? I know you talked about iron dust and spreading it out, but he's talking about the, what did he say here? The interaction of the fields, the attraction, the sharing of the fields, the work of the fields. What could we show in the matter state that would make this understanding of the plasma easier for all of us? And that is why we have a problem understanding the interaction of the fields of the plasma, because we have not understood the matter state magnet fields. How do you interpret that?
Very good question. One magnet is a set of 3 dimensions. Where is that magnet? That magnet is in another set of 3 dimensions. It's on Earth, isn't it?
And it's in our hand as well, isn't it?
Well, we're another set of 3 dimensions.
Okay.
So you can pick up that magnet and walk with it, and so that magnet will now move, right? So if you look at that magnet, you say, well, gee, how did that magnet move? well, there was a, buddy carrying the magnet. Oh, okay, so you have to take into account the fact that there's something moving the field.
And there must be more as well, I would think.
Well, what I want to say is,
Yes.
take yourself out of the picture and put in another magnet. So that magnet is another set of 3 dimensions. Now, depending on the nearness and proximity, you may be able to introduce that magnet and you may not see the first magnet move at all. However, if you change that position, so you're not changing the environment. Okay, that environment is one set of 3. So if you change that position of that magnet and the proximity now increases the attraction strength, and you find those 2 magnets coming together, they will move. And you better remove your fingers, otherwise you're going to get pinched.
Mhm. And the biggest
And so
problem.
you need to understand that. Yes, the biggest problem. Carry
Oh,
on.
yeah, no, I've gotten pinched by some of these stronger magnets, no question about it. He said, and
Yeah,
the
so
biggest, yeah,
go ahead.
no, and the biggest problem will be in the future to be alert at any moment in respecting to which one you are in and which one you want to go to and which one you want to return back to. To be alert, I thought we were creating it. Or is this when you go into a daydream or another sort of interaction, it just sort of takes over? But you need to be alert at any moment and respecting to which one you're in. Okay.
Yes, of course, because the plasma dimensions are one of the fields. So when you're not taking that into account, you're only saying, well, there's a magnet and it's on the table. So you're just taking into account the magnet and the table. But you're not taking into account that that magnet is made up of electrons and protons and atoms. And those are binding together for a certain reason. And you have to understand that if that reason were to change, those atoms would release and there would no longer be a binding. And guess what? There would no longer be a magnet. And then you say, well, where did it go? So this is the difference. That plasma field is always there. So anytime you look at something, you have to understand that it's a product. It's a product of 2 plasmatic fields coming together. When you start thinking in those terms, then you go, then you go beyond. And you say, okay, well, there are non-tangible forces beyond that are making that tangible force. But now you want to go into the non-tangible arena. So you have to understand that when you see a non-tangible force, that too is created from 2 other non-tangible forces. And you can do this in every energy state. You can go higher and higher and higher. So now we come to answer the question that you asked a few minutes ago. If your soul is interacting with the soul of your body, and that's interacting with the soul of your cells, you have to take into account that it's interacting with the soul of the earth as well. But the soul of the earth has 3 dimensions. It has the soul of the earth, the soul of the body of the earth, and the soul of all the elements of the earth. And so our three souls, our three dimensions are interacting with those three dimensions. And so what do we get? We get the manifestation of this physical reality. But let's drop one and pick up another. And that is to say, the manifestation of the soul of the body, we know comes from the soul of the man. In order to be manifest here, it has to interact with the soul of the earth.
And this was another part of it too. How do we connect the magnetic field of the matter?
No, wrong way. We are still haven't accounted for all the things that make the soul of the body. If all things are in combination, then you find that, you know, your soul and was created from the soul of the creator and the soul of Mitra. So now you have your soul. Does it make sense that your soul then creates a soul of the body? Something missing. The Trinity. The sister universe.
Okay, would you like to take the screen back? Do you want me to stop sharing?
No, I'm gonna try something here. Just give me a second.
Normally, you should just be able to take over the share.
Yeah, normally, and I'm seeing that things are working better today.
Excellent.
So let me just see what I can do here, and I'm going to.
It should say something like this will stop other one from sharing or something. So that's no.
No, I see. Okay, how do they do this? I did this wrong.
Okay, I'll stop the share. And you can take over. Okay, I've stopped the sharing. Now we're just seeing your name. You should be able to share the screen again. There it is. It's coming up. We're just waiting for it. It has entered. Yeah, plasma rules. Okay, we see that. Now you mentioned about a hole in the GANs. You have a hole in the GANs, you said. And were you saying something about, do we have also a hole in our head? Yes, we do have a hole in our head. It's actually called a black hole, and that is the soul of the man, as I understand it. So we're all walking around with these black holes in our head. It's just a process of transmuting the fields and interacting with the fields and so on and so forth. But I think we all do have a quote unquote hole in our head. And that's the soul, which is a black hole.
Is that why the hair doesn't grow as much as it used to?
I don't know. Thank you, Randy, for coming in.
Okay, I solved the deficiency in my part. This was one of the slides that you wanted before. And
yes, peacemongers transcending the limitations of warmongers. Yeah.
So we know that Rome wasn't built in a day, but we know that we can destroy it in a matter of minutes. So peace is something hard to work for. Okay, so the only reason that we're able to live the life of a warmonger is when we disconnect from our soul, because our soul would never do that. You see, that's the key. It would never happen. The universal community would never never allow it to happen. So this is a disconnect that we have from our soul. So it's difficult to go into this conversation in this forum. But what I want to say to you is that in order for us to behave properly, we have to list the services of the soul, and we have to reconnect to the soul. And so part of the functionality of the soul is to manifest the physicality. The other part of the functionality of the soul is to represent the manifestation of the intention of the universal community. That's what's missing. So we're working from a selfish standpoint. We have to open up to prospects and understand there's more to it than just us. See, parents seem to adopt that sometimes to say, well, you know, I want to build my family, but once you have that family, then some people become so dedicated to their family that they will do anything for their family. But, you know, you have to look at the family and understand that in some cases, the brothers will work together. In other cases, the brothers will fight, but they're still a family. So why the difference? And so you understand that this business of a family is really just incidental. Okay, it isn't the ultimate thing. The method of manifestation happens at a specific time. And so, you know, you get a black sheep in the family. And you say, well, you know, the whole family is working together except for this one, you know, he's a rebel rouser, he's a black sheep, he's, you know, a warmonger. And then you say, well, you know, they say, well, the acorn doesn't fall far from the tree. Well, it was an accident that this soul was born into this family, you know, opportunistic. It should have been born into another family, warmongers, he would have felt at home. But then what happens? Maybe he can see better the difference. And so as a warmonger comes in with peacemonger, says, oh my God, you know, this is too syrupy for me. I'd rather be a warmonger. But then you go in with a group of warmongers and you find, well, there's no peace and harmony here. That, you know, I can't get a rest. All I can have is misery. And so that's all it takes. It takes for us to see. So as this world is deteriorating on this path that is led by these warmongers, we find that they're actually doing us a favor, because all that does is those people who are in harmony with their souls will clearly see the difference. It won't be non-visible. It won't be subtle. It'll be bald face lie in your face, and they'll say, well, the decision is obvious. You have war and hardship, or you have peace and prosperity. You know, which is it? Well, honestly, that's a no-brainer. You know, and if you're picking war and disruption, then you know that's a classic no-brainer. This is not just a play on words. It's the way we connect with the soul. So we have to understand and believe that the universe is a benevolent place. Is that so hard to believe? Look at it. Just look at it. It's well organized, it's peaceful, it's benevolent, it provides unconditionally every day. You know, you can bank on it. That's how the universe works.
And
So
what
are the limitations? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, as Mr. Keshe said, your true children come out of your soul in a future time. So even though we're
Oh.
probably going to be connected with our family, I would think, but he said the true children come out of your soul in a future time. Maybe these are the children you create through your soul, or creating a structure out there that, as this sun has created 7 billion or more, each planet
Can you
I think, has
create-
life. Yeah.
Can you create that child from the singularity of your soul?
Yeah, the same way the sun did in interaction with itself and its environment.
Wait.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
that's not the same. You said the sun is interacting.
Yes.
So the sun is not working in singularity. You have answered the question. The sun is interacting and creating, right?
Well, the creator just released one ray, and that became the totality from his being. Everything we see, everything we can't see.
One ray?
One ray. That's how I understand it. And this
Well,
is
hooray for that.
okay. Yes, we're having fun
I
again.
guess that's the hooray.
I thought I'd, that question about the electric cars, you had the car on the picture. I thought I'd play this 4-minute. I think this is very instrumental on the biggest gift to big oil was an electric car, which again, we've put in front of a couple people yesterday and they couldn't figure it out. It's only a 4-minute clip, but I thought we'd share that just so it's on from this workshop. Again, many times we learn more from the Q&A session than we do from the actual teaching. Hopefully that we'll learn a lot from both in the future. But I thought I'd just play that. Would that be okay, Alex? It's only 4 minutes.
And why don't you take over the screen when you're ready? That would be the best way. Things are working unbelievably well today.
Okay, this is just a little 4-minute clip we made for the TV, but with all the encouragement to buy an electric car, to reduce the pollution, it's all green. Our worries will be over and over. I think we've had slightly the wool pulled over our eyes in a way, but let's just play this. Again, it's 4 minutes, but I think it's very instrumental for everyone when you get into a conversation. I've always thought about electric cars, and we see they do have a number of drawbacks, but I didn't realize that this whole policy is even more polluting than driving the internal combustion cars. So let's just see if we can play 4 minutes and 32.
It is very much like the oil industry. We sell you the fuel to burn in your car, because if you don't do, it costs a lot of money to do it. Or we come up with the new tricks of electric cars. It's so advantageous to the refineries and to the oil companies, unbelievable to compare to the present cars. But are we going to the electric? In electric cars, which they need to be charged on the wall, or are we going electric cars which never need to be charged? There's a lot of games played even with this. It's the same word we talk about feeding people. A lot of people, if you understand what electric cars means, if the present pattern is kept, it's gifted to the refineries, gifted to the oil companies. To produce electric power, at the power stations, we use the most crudest oil, costs nothing to refine. We don't need to have petrol stations. We don't need to pay people to sell it. We don't need to transport it and all sorts of mess. As a refiner, the biggest gift given to is these electric cars, because we sell the oil of not clean, not clear, to be burnt into power stations. Governments are happy instead of paying $10 a liter, let's say a barrel, a gallon. They pay $1 a gallon, but they charge you electricity at the end. It's a win and win for the government and oil companies, the electric cars. But if you try now to bring the new technologies, which allows you to do 10,000 kilometers for one charge, government will stop you. If you bring a car which doesn't need charging, there is no way they allow you to come, because they lose revenue. All this game you see with electric cars is one of the most profitable businesses for the government. There is no environmental cleaning, car exhaust. The burning of the fuel in the power stations to produce your electricity is 100 times worse than your cars. Example, look at the ships and the amount of pollution they create. Governments don't care. But if you're the scientist, you come up with a car, which now Tesla does 600-700 per cycle of charging kilometers. If you bring this on to 10,000 kilometers, which the technology exists today, the governments don't allow it to come in, because they have not planned for the revenue from it to be less, unless they charge you the revenue, which gives you the 10,000, the same as you charge a 700. We are in the same position. Technologies, sciences, which the Keshe Foundation, I'm sure many other scientific organizations done, will not be allowed to come into the market so easily, because we shake the apple cart.
Okay, just to give us a little bit more background information on these electric cars and what is actually behind it all, the promotion of it and so on and so forth. I think Mr. Keshe, in a very open way, sort of explained it. And I tried to do it earlier with cotton and manufacturing of clothes or shirts with that cotton. That's all been eliminated. Now you just sell the cotton directly to the consumer, or you just transfer the oil and sell it to the power stations. And he said it's 100 times more polluting than the cars, as we see in the large cargo vessels, which is one of the main polluters on the planet. So I thought we'd share that. Anyone else want to bring anything else up? Yes, thank you, Steph. I think that opened our eyes a little bit more, because I've debated a while about that, but I never really went for it. And I know Japan has studied it quite intensively, and I think they're going the hydrogen way. Of course, we're going in a slightly different way. But he said if the present program is kept in place, but hopefully that'll change, where we can put a chip in 2 small batteries in tandem in a way. One charging and one in service, and then swap it out, and then you can have this unlimited mileage or whatever you'd like if you want to drive a car. Anyone else have any thoughts or comments they'd like to make? I'm going to play a final video, and that is to keep the Keshe Foundation free and invite everyone to come into the July sessions and the further sessions. It's not going to stop at the end of July. We still have August, September, October, November, and December. He said these would go on for a whole year. So maybe November will be the last set of sessions. I don't know, or they may be extended. depending on which way Mr. Keshe would like to proceed and develop the systems and so on. So I'm going to play again the video. We've seen it. I think most of us have seen it before, but keeping the Keshe Foundation free, it shows the dissolving of kidney stones from thousands and the growing of teeth and so on. So this is all part of these sessions, which you're welcome. This is the offer from the Keshe Foundation to come in and help develop the system, as well as perhaps get something for your own balance or needs, whatever they may be. Any other thoughts? I know it's midnight, so we're going to continue on with this. So thank you all for joining. As I said, we'll play this video, the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end. Would anyone else like to say anything or bring up any comments? Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone, for being here, supporting, adding your fields to the meeting. We may not have a big group, Alex, but we do get about 10% to come into the meeting, so that's great. Let's go to this final video we have here, and then we'll play the disclaimer again, and the meeting will come to an end. Again, anyone have any comments or thoughts they'd like to share at this point in time? This is 7 minutes, and then the disclaimer is probably a minute or so, and the meeting will come to an end. All right. Thank you, Brazilian team, for putting this together. And thank you, Alex, for doing a voiceover, at least on part of this. And then I think we cut into Mr. Keshe's teaching. So thank you all. But it's very important to keep the foundation independent. He doesn't want to tie it up with all tests and billion-dollar corporations and then more tests, and then we don't understand it. We need to revisit it and the rest of it. So he's trying to keep us as untied in a way to the structure as possible. Okay, here we go. Thank you all again. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, however.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new colors appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors with a new technology remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.